dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Misi Fakultas Psikologi: 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1, magister psikologi profesi, magister psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul dalam pengetahuan psikologi, asesmen, diagnosis, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat nasional serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Pengembangan ilmu dan terapan di bidang psikologi. Misi Fakultas Psikologi Problematika dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1, magister psikologi profesi, magister psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul dalam pengetahuan psikologi, asesmen, diagnosis, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat nasional serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Pengembangan ilmu dan terapan di bidang psikologi. Misi Fakultas Psikologi Problematika dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1, magister psikologi profesi, magister psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul dalam pengetahuan psikologi, asesmen, diagnosis, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat nasional serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Pengembangan ilmu dan terapan di bidang psikologi. Misi Fakultas Psikologi Problematika dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1, magister psikologi profesi, magister psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul dalam pengetahuan psikologi, asesmen, diagnosis, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat nasional serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Pengembangan ilmu dan terapan di bidang psikologi. Misi Fakultas Psikologi Problematika dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1, magister psikologi profesi, magister psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul. Psikologi Industri dan Organisasi berdiri sejak tanggal 28 Juni 2005 dengan memiliki visi menjadi program magister psikologi profesi yang unggul dalam psikologi komunitas pedesaan di LLDP Wilayah 5, profesional, dan berwawasan global pada tahun 2029. Misi Magister Psikologi Profesi UMBY ialah 1. Menghasilkan lulusan pendidikan Magister Psikologi Profesi yang berwawasan global dan memiliki kepekaan dan kepedulian pada permasalahan psikososial di komunitas perdesaan. 2. Mengembangkan kajian permasalahan psikososial dengan menggunakan model kerangka ekologi secara interdisipliner dalam menganalisis dan merancang intervensi permasalahan di komunitas perdesaan. 3. Melakukan penelitian tindakan sebagai bagian dari intervensi komunitas secara kolaboratif dengan masyarakat dan para pemangku kepentingan dalam menjawab persoalan psikososial di komunitas perdesaan. 4. Mengembangkan strategi dan metode pendidikan masyarakat di komunitas perdesaan yang inovatif berdasarkan riset dan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi.
Indonesia.
Universitas Maranatha memiliki akreditasi yang bagus dan juga fasilitas yang sangat lengkap.
Maranatha itu bagus dan ekspektasinya keren untuk berkuliah di sini.
Dan alasan saya memilih kampus ini karena menurut saya kampus ini sangat bagus dan juga sangat terkenal di Indonesia maupun di provinsi saya.
Hello, I'm Jessica. I come from Taiwan. I very enjoy my life in here.
I'm so happy I can study here. I think Maranatha is like a home.
Learning in Maranatha is fun and interesting.
Everyone is very friendly. Studying in Maranatha is my very good experience. Thank you.
Lulus itu terapin ke tempat kerja saya sekarang. Pokoknya saya benar-benar sangat menerapkan ilmu yang saya pelajari di kampus untuk ke dunia kerja saya sekarang kepake banget.
Nothing is impossible, and if that you work hard and you put all your effort on it, you're gonna get exactly what you wish for. And if you do what you love, then you won't have to work a day for it.
Marnada.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the International Conference on Psychology 2024. I am Henry Krishna and my partner.
I am Sandra Waworuntu.
We are honored to be your host today. To start our event, let's proceed with the opening ceremony.
Let us welcome the Honorable Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Vice Rector for Resources of Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, all deans and vice deans at Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Department Head of Psychology Universitas Udayana, Dean of Psychology Bosowa University, and Dean of Psychology Maranatha Christian University, Head of Bureau, Head of Center, and Head of Institution in Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta Environment. Thank you for coming and supporting this international seminar event.
Today's international seminar theme is Sustainable Community Well-being, from Marginal to Thriving Community.
Before we begin, please allow us to share some rules and guidelines to ensure the seminar runs smoothly.
For the first, it's internet connection. Please ensure you have a stable internet connection to avoid interruptions during the seminar.
Participant identification. Please use your real name when joining the Zoom session. This will help us to recognize and manage participants better.
Please keep your microphone muted during the presentations to avoid the background noise. You are welcome to keep your camera on, but if you experience connection issue, you can turn it off to save the bandwidth.
Questioned and answered. There will be a Q&A session at the end of the presentation. Please type your question in the chat box during the presentation. The speaker will address the collected question during the Q&A session.
For the next is interaction. You can use the raise hand feature if you wish to speak or have a direct question during the Q&A session. Avoid sending off-topic messages in the chat box to maintain the focus on the presentations.
Next, seminar recording. This seminar will be recorded. If you do not wish your face or voice to be recorded, please turn off your camera and microphone.
For the next, it's follow-up. Presentation materials and the seminar recording will be shared after the event. So please make sure to fill out the attendance form that will be shared at the end of the event to receive these materials.
Next is etiquette and professionalism. Please maintain etiquette and professionalism throughout the event. Inappropriate comments or action will be not tolerated, and violators will be removed from the seminar.
So these are the rules and the guidelines from us. We hope you enjoy the seminar and gain the valuable insights. Thank you for your attention and your cooperation.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, please rise for the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness a performance that embodies the rich cultural heritage of Yogyakarta, a classical dance known as Tari Sekar Pudiastuti.
So as information, Tari Sekar Pudiastuti is not just dance. It is a beautiful expression of gratitude and reverence toward the Almighty. The dance movements are gentle, calm, and graceful, serving as a form of praise and thanksgiving to the Creator. Please enjoy a cultural performance of Tari Sekar Pudiastuti. It's really beautiful, right? The movement and also the music is really calming.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really feeling proud because our culture it still exists in this era. Okay, shall we move to the next agenda, Henry?
Sure. Okay, for the next is the welcoming remarks from the Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. Let us hear the welcoming remarks from the Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. For the Rector, time is yours.
Ya, oke. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greeting to all of us. Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Psychology Faculty, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Ibu Reni Yuniasanti, PhD Psikolog, and Bapak Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Kuncoro, Honorable invited speaker, honorable conference participant, honorable conference organizing committee, and invited guests. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who always gives us His blessing so that we can attain the international conference organized by the Psychology Faculty, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. On behalf of Rectorate of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, we welcome and thank you for the presence of the resources speaker and participant of the international conference with the topic of sustainable community well-being from marginal to thriving community, held by Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. This conference emphasizes the significance of sustainable community development with the aim to gather the best thoughts, initiative, and parties in promoting well-being of marginal communities and transforming them to thriving and sustainable community. Hopefully, this conference will be useful for the welfare of marginalized communities and transform them into prosperous and sustainable community. We take this opportunity to thank all the organizing committee and those who have supporting us with, we can not mention one by one. By singing Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, international conference with the topic of sustainable community well-being from marginal to thriving community is begin. That all from me. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for our special rector from Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. That's such an honor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda we have a speech from the Dean of Psychology Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Reni Yuniasanti, PhD Psycholog. For Reni Yuniasanti, PhD Psycholog, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes for all of us. The Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Dean of Psychology Faculty, Universitas Kristen Maranatha, Dean of Medical Faculty, Universitas Udayana, Dean of Psychology Faculty, Universitas Besoa, and Chief of Second International Conference on Psychology, Mr. Eridani Angga Wijayanto, MSc Psikolog, keynote speaker from University of Macedonia, Greece, Prof. Anastasia Psal, senior psychologist and PBS practitioner of the Autism Association of Western Australia, Josephine M. Ratna, MSc, PhD. Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma, Nigeria, Dr. James Edowamil Edokoler, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Dr. Sri Mulyati Abdullah, MA Psikolog, Radboud University Netherlands, and Universitas Kristen Maranatha Indonesia, Dr. Terry Setiawan, BA, SPSC, MSc. And for all moderator and committee of the Second International Conference on Psychology, sourced from within and outside the country, as well as the happy academics and invited guests. We give thanks to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Almighty God, for all His blessings and gifts, so that today we can attend the Second International Conference on Psychology on 26 until 27 July 2024. I welcome and appreciate Faculty of Psychology of Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, collaboration with Faculty of Psychology Maranatha Kristen, Faculty of Medical Udayana University, and Faculty of Psychology Besoa University for holding this forum as a vehicle for sharing knowledge, exchanging experience, views, and best practice with academics and experts from university. We would like to express our thanks to the Chief and all committee of Second International Conference on Psychology for organizing this conference. Hopefully, this conference with the theme Sustainability Community Wellbeing for marginal to thriving community can run as well as possible until it's finished. Happy audience. If we are measure the health of our communities, our countries, and our world solely by in wealth and consumer spending, then many of us assume that us are thriving. In the other side, in the gaps in income, employment opportunities, housing, and the health outcomes continue to grow. In many countries, there is also a rising rate of anxiety and depression, even among the richest and most fortunate. And for all of us, rich and poor, our planetary environment is in danger. Happy audience. There is a growing interest in the concept of community well-being as a more holistic and accurate measure of societal progress than the dominant paradigm of economic growth. We can see the changing nature of the concept of community well-being, commencing with the history of the concept in different disciplines, then focusing on its application to recent international. Community well-being is the combination of social, economical, environmental, cultural, and political conditions identified by individuals and their communities as essential for them to flourish and fulfill their potential. There is a compelling evidence that promoting community well-being can play a key role in improving individual mental health outcomes. Also, community well-being provides a useful starting point for rethinking our definition of progress. From 1986, a ready statement on Ottawa Charter of Health Promotion that community well-being is essential to the well-being of the individual. That statement sought to reach a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. An individual or group must be able to identify and realize aspiration, to satisfy needs, and to change or cope with the environment. Therefore, health promotion is not just the responsibility of the health sectors, but goes beyond health lifestyle to well-being. In this conference, we hope we more aware and understand the importance and concept of community well-being. Not just stop in understanding, but give insight and new energy, help the sustainability of community well-being. Happy audience, for these reasons, the term sustainability community well-being marginal to thriving community will provide literacy in covering the story of community process and overview of dealing with condition. We hope that this international conference can be a medium for transferring knowledge to psychological personnel, academic, and students in the health sector, the community, about understanding the history and the condition of community, especially in Indonesia, and as a preparation for facing future. Happy conference, and hopefully this is all our contribution to society, and we are always in the pleasure of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your speech, the Dean of Psychology, Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. For the next up, we will hear the reports from the chairperson of the conference. To give us an overview of this conference, we have the chairperson of the conference, Eri Angga Wijayanto, MPSI Psikolog.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings of health, prosperity, and happiness to us all. I will like to extend my respect to the Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Dr. Insinyur Agus Slamet, STPMP. My respect also to the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Mr. Insinyur Wahidinarto. My respect to the Vice Rector for Resources, Mrs. Tutudian Astuti, SA, MSI AKT. My respect to the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Mrs. Reni Yuniasanti, PhD Psychologist. Esteemed guests from our collaborating institution, Universitas Kristen Maranatha, Universitas Udayana, and Universitas Pusua, and other honored guests. Today we gather again at the International Conference on Psychology, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Icop UMBY 2024, with the theme Sustainable Community Wellbeing, from Marginal to Thriving Community. This theme aligns with the vision and mission of the Faculty of Psychology UMBY and Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta itself, that concerning community empowerment. The role of the community in promoting mental health in Yogyakarta, specifically in Indonesia and around the world, has become fundamentally and increasingly important. Will individual and group interventions serve as comprehensive efforts to establish global mental health equity, community approach represent progressive efforts toward a broader, more heterogeneous, multicultural society with an extraordinary diversity of backgrounds. Given the backdrop of the evolving field of psychology, which increasingly touch upon, moves, and glorifies the community aspect within society, this seminar is being held. By involving 5 speakers from 4 continents, Asia, Australia, Africa, and Europe, and hundreds of participants, including those from abroad, the Faculty of Psychology UMBY, together with its collaborating institution, Universitas Maranatha, Universitas Pusua, and Universitas Udayana, we demonstrate a tangible contribution to the development of psychological science, specifically community psychology. Without diminishing our respect, we welcome you to this event and we apologize for any shortcomings that may cause inconvenience to you all. Enjoy the event and may it be beneficial for you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your speech, the chairperson of this conference. Okay, Sandra, so for the next event, we will go to the core of this event.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so we will go to the session 1 on the first session. Now, I would like to introduce the moderator for the first session. It's Nina Fitriana, MPSI PhD, psycholog from Universitas Mercubuana, Yogyakarta.
I'm very excited. But ladies and gentlemen, let me to introduce first our moderator for today for the first session, which is Nina Fitriana, SPD, SPSI, MA, MPSI, PhD, psycholog. Lecturer at Mercubuana University, Yogyakarta. Educational background, doctoral degree from University of Malaysia, 2022. Master degree from Magister Psychology Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, 2006, and the publication, Psychologist Perspective of Mental Health in Yemen During the Civil War and COVID-19, a qualitative inquiry in 2022. Okay, Henry, shall we?
Okay, for the next is we will announce the first speaker for this session. It is Dr. Sri Mulyati Abdullah, MA, psycholog from Universitas Mercubuana, Yogyakarta. For the moderator, please lead this first session.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can you listen to my voice, Mr. MC?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The first session of the seminar will about to begin. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Welcome to the first session of the second International Conference on Psychology 2024, held by Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana, Yogyakarta. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the seminar. My name is Nina. I will be the moderator of this session. I'm very pleased to see you all here and welcome to the seminar. Okay. Before we start, I would like to inform you that in this session, we have Ibu Dr. Sri Mulyati Abdullah, MA, psycholog. Good morning, Bu Lia.
Good morning, Nina.
How are you, Ibu?
Fine, thanks. Alhamdulillah.
Good, Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Okay, before we start the presentation, let me inform you the rules of the seminar today. We will start with the presentation and followed by question and answer session. All right, without further ado, now allow me to introduce our speaker for the committee. Would you like to share screen of Ibu Lia's TV or curriculum vitae? All right. Ibu Lia or Ibu Dr. Sri Mulyati Abdullah, MA, psycholog, is one of the lecturer in Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Mercubuana, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. She completed her doctoral degree in Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia in 2018. Her research is majoring on self and career development, course, Ibu Dr. Lia has numerous publications. One of them is the meta-analysis study, career decision-making, self-efficacy, and career maturity that was published in 2023. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today Ibu Dr. Lia will present about career happiness, the pursuit of mental health. This is a study on career journey of professional independent millennials. I will give you a little introduction on this topic. Some research of the happiness mentioned that happiness is very essential in life. I think everybody agree with this result. Moreover, happiness become one of the goal in life. The thing that is very interesting is the result of the research stated that at least people think about happiness 5 times a day. Moreover, the research of the happiness itself is flourishing, and one of them in career happiness field. Okay, now I think everybody is waiting for your presentation, Ibu Lia. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Sri Mulyati Abdullah MA Psikolog from Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Time is yours. Please, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Bu Nina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will present my research entitled Career Happiness, the Pursuit of Mental Health, study on career journey of professional independent millennials. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Bapak Ibu, internet technology is growing very rapidly, causing various impacts that cause humans have to adapt to changes that exist. In addition, the uncertain global economic conditions also cause the risk of a career in the current era to be very large. On the one hand, there are many opportunities and expectations, and on the other hand, there are many challenges. Technology creates opportunities for workers to freely control career moves and create jobs independently, while the challenges is to work independently of the company, to adapt to rapid technological changes, and to create professions by utilizing the technology in them to answer the needs of today's society. Then, considering these opportunities, challenges, the millennial as a living force in this era, with its advantage and disadvantage, is required to seize career opportunities and be able to construct a career in borderless workplace era. Millennials is an individual born from 1980 to until 2000s. Millennials has potential. It was potential workforce in terms of numbers, but not all employment ready. Okay. The stereotypes attached to the millennials is liking and fast mastering of technology, learning through the web and mobile devices, having firm and confident, individualistic career building based on networking rather than hierarchy, preferring a career in a profession rather than an organization, values of flexibility, then development and growth, and to create something unique or different. Next slide. Okay, this feature is harmony with the new form of career. That is a protein career and borderless career. So it becomes an opportunity for millennial. Millennial growth in saturated media, high technology disseminated and brand conscious world. Millennials is the best educated person, more technically literate and media savvy cohort. In the world of millennials, gadgets are not only important communication tools, but also icons for generational identity. Tab Scott on his book Grown Up Digital mentions 8 norms and values of millennials different from previous generations. Wants freedom of expression, like characterize itself. Early generations of meticulousness included in the practices of work, looking for integrity and openness of change when deciding what to get and where to work, need something fun in work, education, and social life, like to collaborate and build relations, need speed that and is an innovator in working, collaborating, and learning. Next slide. Okay, the word constructions in career constructions refer to the meaning of process of building a career. There is 2 career paths, traditional or conventional career paths refer to linear or limited lane positions serve until retirement, and workplace plays a role in regulating the directions and development of workers' career. On non-conventional career paths, individuals become actors who determine control over their career, multi-directions, and dynamics. Views about non-conventional career paths are captured in the idea of the protein career and borderless career. The meaning of protein is more in the process managed by individual, not governed by the organizations. And a borderless career refers to the opportunity to work beyond the limit setting work organizations that involve in the context of a lot broader than merely single organizations. Next slide. Okay, the fundamental thing that is found in borderless and protein career is the freedom to direct and manage a career, work flexibility without limited space and time, and unlimited workplace area. This new career trend implies new opportunities as well as challenges for a career. To get this opportunity, the motions of the actors is demanded more dynamic and multi-directions. Use of information technology in the work, able to accelerate, expand, and facilitate career process. Constructing a career requires time, effort, and strategy to do so. Then Safikas use the term life designing to describe the process of constructing an individual career. Workers are encouraged to act like free agents, develop courage, and sell their skills. Individuals gradually seek to focus on employability rather than job security and learn the skill that will lead them to take responsibility, for the directions and evolution of their careers. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. The research aims to explore the career construction process of millennials who choose non-conventional career path or choose as a professional independent, and explore the dynamics of process toward career happiness in borderless workplaces. Okay, then research method in slide 7. Next slide, please. Okay, the definitions of career in this research is a series of processes from a series of developmental journey experiences of a person work over time. The definitions of career constructions in this study refer to millennial process embedding its qualifications to achieve progress and progress about the work it does. Okay. This research uses the grounded theory approach. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. Selections of informant based on the criteria set forth by researchers based on the research context. The criteria of informant for this research are using digital information technology as part of tools to work, and then minimum has one job and or one profession. Work does not have to be in line with the field of knowledge learned in the last formal education, then have non-conventional career directions or as professional independent. Then as millennial born in the 1980 until 1000 range. Yeah. This research involves the use of purposive sampling method to recruit informants who have experienced the phenomenon studied. The context of the phenomenon that exists in this research in the era of protein and borderless careers. Informant in this study amount to 20 millennials who choose non-conventional careers. Method of data collecting using interview method and media documentation data. The data analysis in grounded theory involves the process of constant comparison of coding and data analysis through stages of codings. Okay, next slide. This slide shows the informant demography. Okay, there are 20 millennials. Next slide. Data analysis use manual coding process, then can continue with NVivo. Next slide, please. The findings from the data analysis, the finding of the team and categorization were reassembled to form a theory with a path corresponding to informant data. The following table show the team categories that serve as framework of the theory findings. Okay, you can read this theoretical framework and the finding in this table. Next slide, please. A long series of career journeys begins when individuals begin to look for career path by following the directions of interest in the space look for what areas are like and also receive or seek information. In general, in the space, the informant deals with a lot of information from many sources. The informant began to choose by following the directions of their interest. Then when the informant feels they has found a preferred field of professions, there is a curiosity to learn more by exploring and trying to practice their professional duties. For example, by joining internship, working part-time, or odd jobs. In this space, the informant begins to realize the process, to feel and to evaluate whether they are comfortable with the professions they are trying to work and whether their career choices match their values. And the next process is to set career options, including what professions are occupied, working on conventional or non-conventional lines. When career choices cannot yet be established, the process will turn to looking for a career path or more in exploring, trying to cultivate a single progression to achieve steadiness in career choices. The process of establishing these career options is pre-construction phase, liaison with the construct phase. The construction phase begins when individual has established on career choice, feel comfortable, feel interested, and feel confident in himself or herself with the skill required by his chosen professions. The construction process begins with a career building phase. In this phase, 3 action steps of steps or strategies. Action or thought strategies include thinking to produce something different, applying science, and accelerating knowledge. Then social movement strategies, including building and strengthening relations. Working strategies include optimizing online IT media, implementing strategic management, and doing dynamic work. Careers in non-conventional career paths require more effort to maintain a sustainable career, which is an extension in insight by constantly updating information and upgrading skills and knowledge, expanding target market areas, professional diversification, product diversification, working on multiple sites or several parties, expanding network or a network of friends, either virtual or real, also do global cooperation. Effort of the process of pre-constructions and constructions is based on a digital global perspective in the form of a digital understanding of technology, unlimited perspective, and career value. This understanding underlies every actions and strategy undertaken. Positive work attitude that characterize these career constructions are encouraging, affirming, directing, and dynamizing to step the millennials in constructing their career. The final actions or strategy done by the informant in career is to maintain career sustainability. Based on the coding team data, the emerging career development effort broad-based movement, namely the expansions of the target market, the diversification of professions, diversification product, working in several places, expanding virtual network and global networking. The result of axial coding are depicted in a flowchart by presenting context casual conditions, then influencing factor, phenomena, and consequence. The result of axial coding can be seen in this following diagram. Okay. The research data show that conditions offered in this non-conventional part begin to attract the attention of millennials to choose this career path. The informant determinants career choice, and career decision making in non-conventional pathways based on the reason interested in profession or career path, because it sees the opportunity is good, free to set his own career, more dynamic and flexible. Then another reason is convinced by the ability that can be able to run the professions and career well because of previous work experience. And the last reasons is feel able to be himself in the professions and career path chosen for according to idealisms, according to his characteristic and his accordance with his wishes or desires. And when the Y generations or millennial has set their self choose the path of non-conventional, here starts the actual constructions process occurs. When beginning to build a career, millennial open horizon view of the career with a key understanding IT media properly, having a perspective without limit, namely view of the worldwide, as well as awareness to living in a virtual world and the real. Informant view IT has as a fundamental tools in today's workplace. It's related to the awareness that human activity is running in real and virtual world, then both of socialization, communications, learning, and working. With the help of technology, becoming more global view of the informant, was able to access information from all over the world and learn to make some comparison resulting in optimal work. The global outlook reflects the understanding without boundaries to learn and work. In the actualizations, some informant learn to some countries to get a reference to new science, and some informant also work with parties of several countries. The values of a career that are believed by millennials who choose non-conventional path are to maintain good relations, to be professional, give usefulness, then formulate a career, and be self-reliant. These values underlie decisions and step in a career, then informants are aware to that career goal would be achieved if the relations with colleagues and customer service user cooperation are good. Informant also believe that trustness of peer cooperation and customer will wake up in he was able to give professional work. Results depend on the work done. This make self-informant or have a passion for independent. The work done is not only directed for its interest, but at the same time can provide benefit for others. The dynamic of the career construction process accompanied by a positive vocational attitude that is more directed toward affections. That is the attitude that encourages, like, for example, spirit move, challenge, enthusiasm, ambitious. Then attitude affirming, like feel confidence, commit to self, love the profession, and persistent. Then attitude that direct for themselves, the desire to achieve the target, and attitude that dynamic, adapt to change and feel the need to take advantage or opportunities. Yeah. Attitude is move affection to process of constructing a career. Millennial career construction process is choosing an unconventional career path. Running includes thinking strategies, social strategies, and strategies for working with a propulsion of a positive vocational attitude. Thinking strategies include produce some different, apply the knowledge in process of producing the work, then accelerate science by learning self-taught, learning from the past experience, learning from others, and learn from work practices. And the social strategies include build and strengthening good relations at the nature of virtual and real work. Work strategies include optimizing media digital technology for various purposes, choosing digital media, right, and optimizing the facilities available in the research engine's website. Then applying strategic management, which includes applying the principle of efficiency, flexibility, performance evaluations, security, financial, as well as creating a more dynamic working relations, and two-step dynamic work, which includes the work connected, independent, mobile, both physically and psychologically, can do a lot of activities. Realizing his positions or their positions as a determinant of career movement, aware of the outside conditions that are not sure, make challenges for millennials who choose the path of non-conventional to sustain career or their career. Action or strategy undertaken, the strategy of motion, widen the horizon with constantly update information and upgrade skills and knowledge. Territorial expansion, target market, diversification profession, product diversification, working at several sites, and also expanding networking or social network. The consequences of felt to this career path is career happiness. work-life balance, and self-reliance for economy. Career happiness is the most important consequence is felt by millennial. Balanced work in life cover a broad sense. Life here including himself or environmental, social, family, friends, and wider environment, and for spiritual needs. Independent economic is not the main things in questions. This is in accordance with the value of millennial career in his wish to give benefit to others. Okay, next slide, please. The finding of career construction process as described above, okay, in this slide, essentially have that essence as can be seen on this figure. That new theory, it's named a multiple loops career crafting model, is made up of components. Okay, dream or expected career is describe why millennials move for a career based on the wish or dream that want to be realized. Then the meeting between characteristic of millennial with positive millennial, meaning to the current condition, will bring a dream or expected career. Then the term of career crafting describe how or what millennials do, started with his or their career with the process of seeking career interest. When it has found a career path, profession that suits its interest, millennial takes a deeper exploration step. The ability process in test in practical work, try to feel whether the characteristic of self by characteristic of a career that will be lived. Personal values are confirmed by career values in the professions. Therefore, the essence of this career building process is career crafting. In process of creating a career, there is a process of continuous learning and repeated until the achievement of career happiness. Then, next slide, please. Career happiness describe what millennials get as an outcome of the career crafting process. Millennial can run the path of the unconventional career path. This is by his hopes and dreams to gain freedom in directing his own career. This has the effect of achieving career happiness. The happiness of the career that is felt by millennial, that is when the career that is lived is able to give award, that not only beneficial for him, that is achieve the balance of work and life, able to self-supporting and self-supporting in managing his career, but also can benefit for other people. This process can be repeated again when new hopes arise to achieve happiness, to achieve meaningfulness in career. In the above learning process also includes learning to recognize oneself, including weakness, learning to recognize the professions and risk, learning the process in actual work and adapt to risk, learn from achievement for other progress, and learning to manage risk. In the process is realizing career hopes or dream. Millennials with its unique characteristic will build a career involving global digital perspective, positive work affection, implementing active network strategy. The conclusions, next slide. Next slide, please. The conclusions, the rapid development of internet technology and uncertain global economic conditions have led to change in the job market. Okay, next slide, please.
Dear admin, would you mind to move to the next slide?
Okay. The advent of internet technology from within the industrial revolution or 4.0 industrial revolution and the global job market has created a new era in the labor market of the borderless workplace era. This era creates new opportunities as well as challenges in a career. Non-conventional career path offer the freedom to direct and manage career and work flexibility without being limited by space and time. To be able to meet career expectations and achieve the positive consequences of a career process is needed. Okay, then career development is a process of achieving dynamic career expectation through a series of actions and strategies in form of learning to recognize the interest and potential of self, explore the professions, build and maintain the sustainability of career to achieve the consequence of career happiness. The dynamic nature of this process required a special competence that can produce uniqueness, have a digital global perspective, self-development in a sustainable, collaborative, and flexibility. Okay. Then, based on the above description, can be formulated that is the process of career construction in the borderless workplace era is a process of repetitive learning to realize expectations by creating a career characterized by uniqueness, self-sustainable development, digital global perspective, collaborations, and flexibility to achieve career happiness. Career happiness is an important condition in effort to pursue mental health in independent millennial, in professional independence millennial or millennial who choose non-conventional career path. Okay, that is my presentations. Punina, that is all. And thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Lia, for an awesome presentation. Thank you very much for giving us an insightful presentation, an awesome result of the research. Okay, thank you, Bu Lia. There are some, maybe some new term for some participants, yeah. Conventional, non-conventional career path, professional, independent, boundaryless career, okay. an interesting term. Thank you very much, Ibu Lia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to question and answer session. I would like to invite around 2 until 3 participants. You can drop your questions in the chat box, or you can click raise hand button in the Zoom. Okay, I think we have 2 or 3 questions. Actually, we can use bahasa Indonesia if we want to, yeah. Okay, now I would like to read comment and also questions for Mbak Fitri. Okay, Mbak Fitri Ningsih from Fpsi 2021. First of all, I would like to appreciate this inspiring topic about career construction among the millennials, especially those who choose non-conventional career. As presented by Ibu Lia, it was said in the finding of the research that one of the strategies chosen by the millennials was a kind of parallel working with several partners or clients as the path of career construction sustainability. Meanwhile, we also find the parallel working or multitasking may also lead to burnout and can also be challenged to work-life balance. And the question is, what quality should be achieved by the millennials to be able to deal with this challenge? Okay, Ibu Lia, one question first, then we'll have discussion.
Okay, thanks for the questions. Parallel working with several partner or clients. Okay, we also that parallel working, multitasking may also lead to burnout and cause a big challenge. Yeah. Parallel working with several partner, it's mean bekerja dengan beberapa pihak sekaligus gitu. Many informant in this research have several clients. They can make kerjasama yang bagus gitu ya, dengan pengaturan yang baik juga. Ketika mereka memiliki beberapa kerjasama sekaligus gitu ya, malah justru membuat kolaborasi ini semakin baik gitu, yang dari yang mungkin belum kenal satu sama lain, dari klien ke satu klien, kemudian dengan kerjasama yang bersangkutan pada klien yang lain, kemudian dengan kolaborasi yang bagus, ini akan bisa menyebabkan kolaborasi yang semakin bagus lagi. Multidisciplines in collaborations menghasilkan satu hasil yang lebih bagus. Jadi 1 tambah 1 tambah 1 tidak lagi sama dengan 3, tetapi 1 tambah 1 tambah 1 bisa jadi 10 gitu. In parallel working with several partner. Oke, demikian Bu Nina.
Makasih Bu Lia. Oke, thank you for the questions Mbak Fitrianingsih ya. Oke, ada beberapa kompetensi. Salah satunya adalah teamwork, begitu ya. Terus kemudian kolaborasi. Thank you very much, Bu Lia. And now we come to the next question. Come from Ibu Rospatriani Dewi. Let me read the question. According to Bu Lia, are there differences in career aspiration between millennials employees and Gen Z employees? It's related to aspirasi karir. Is there any difference, Bu Lia, between Gen Z and and why?
Career aspirations between millennials employees and generations Z employees. Usia untuk generasi Z saat ini kalau dihitung dari tahun lahir di tahun 2000, mereka usianya 24 gitu ya. Dan ini usia yang baru masuk kerja gitu. Kalau kita lihat secara umum tidak terlalu banyak beda gitu ya dengan milenial, tetapi dari beberapa literatur Gen Z ini menuntut satu hal yang lebih fleksibel lagi gitu ya ketika memilih pekerjaan. Dari beberapa pengalaman ya berbincang dengan officer, banyak sekali turnover gitu ya, disebabkan karena mereka ingin peluang yang lebih bagus lagi. Ketika bicara peluang, not only fasilitas, tetapi juga kemungkinan untuk mereka bisa berkembang. Nah, ini dari hasil beberapa bincang gitu ya dengan Gen Z, mereka concern dengan self-development, memberi peluang nggak mereka untuk bisa berkembang. Apakah posisi yang mereka tuju itu bisa menyebabkan mereka lebih memiliki keterampilan yang lebih banyak lagi, pengetahuan lebih luas, bisa memiliki kesempatan untuk berkolaborasi, berkreasi. Nah, itu yang menjadi tambahan gitu ya. Mungkin bisa dikatakan nilai tuntutannya menjadi lebih tinggi gitu untuk generasi Z. Demikian. Terima
Baik.
kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Lia. Ini memang sesuatu yang baru lagi gitu ya, tuntutan baru ini bagi generasi Z, self-development and flexible working ya. Oke. Thank you Bu Lia for the answer. And okay, we have one participants who are raising hand. Okay, Ibu Rani Merli. Time is yours, Ibu, please.
Hello all. How
Hi.
are you? Thank you, Bulia, for the awesome presentation. I have something in mind that I want to share. What do you think about the challenges to do this career construction? Because I mean, the internet is the key for this career boundaryless career, right? But in Indonesia, you know, digital literacy is still low, even though the smartphone penetration is getting higher and higher. But the digital literacy is still low compared to like our peer country, and not to mention the globally. Well, what do you think about this? Or what is we can do to, if we can't talk about this boundaryless career if like digital literacy is still low. What should we do to like overcome these challenges? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Rani Merli Safitri. Hi from Sydney, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'm joining from Sydney. Hello.
Okay. What time is it in Sydney, Ibu Rani?
It's 12:30 now.
12:30. Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Rani. Bulia, regarding to the problem of career construction here, so what is the challenge and how to overcome? Okay, thank you. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Rani. Miss you. Oke, digital literacy belum tinggi ya di Indonesia. Masih berkutat di netizen, masih berkutat di hoax kadang ya.
Lembe turah.
Ya, untuk bisa memanfaatkan hal-hal baik ya di dunia digital, sebenarnya butuh satu pemikiran digital perspektif yang lebih positif gitu ya. Memanfaatkan dari sisi positif keluasan dari informasi yang ada di internet itu. Untuk melihat ini tidak semata-mata hanya bisa mengarahkan pemikiran bahwa ayo lihat yang baik gitu ya, enggak. Tetapi harus didukung secara komprehensif ya oleh hal-hal lain seperti tadi yang disebutkan, harus memiliki satu afeksi yang positif misalnya gitu, yang meneguhkan, yang menggerakkan, yang mendinamiskan, yang bisa membuat lebih termotivasi untuk mencari satu hal yang bagus, yang baru, yang mampu kemudian mengembangkan dirinya. Kemudian juga dari cara berpikir bahwa dunia digital ini semacam percepatan untuk melihat perkembangan dunia gitu ya. Tidak perlu lagi untuk belajar satu-satu gitu ya, tetapi secara paralel kita bisa dan secara cepat ya kita bisa belajar banyak hal di dunia virtual gitu. Seperti contoh misalnya kita di Jogja bisa ikut kursus yang Harvard selenggarakan, bisa kursus di tempat Bu Rani kuliah misalnya lewat kursus misalnya Coursera misalnya, atau tempat kursus yang sudah mendunia ya sekarang ya. Ketika kita orang-orang Indonesia mau melihat bahwa itu peluang baik, itu membawa hal yang lebih baik begitu, maka tantangan untuk bisa berkiprah di berkarir di boundaryless workplace ini menjadi lebih punya bekal gitu. Nah, ini yang perlu untuk selalu dibangun, dan satu proses lagi bahwa kekonsistenan ya untuk bisa sampai mencapai hasil yang maksimum itu yang diperlukan. Note ini untuk generasi sekarang bahwa perjalanan itu tidak selalu harus lurus ke depan tanpa evaluasi gitu ya. Pokoknya terus saja tidak begitu. Tetapi kita perlu mengevaluasi, perlu untuk mengkoreksi, perlu untuk merefleksi gitu ya. Jangan ragu untuk balik melangkah ke belakang, mulai start lagi untuk bisa membangun karir yang kuat, yang bisa sustain gitu ya untuk waktu yang lebih lama. Demikian Bu Rani.
Thank you, Bulia.
Thank you, Bu Rani, for the question and also Bu Lia for the answer. Okay, three things that I can highlight. Positive digital perspective, yeah. Okay, this is one of the things that we need, and boundaryless word lead to boundaryless career, ya. Karena ini kita sudah tidak berbatas gitu ya, akhirnya menjadi arahnya juga ke karir yang juga boundaryless. Okay. Thank you, Bu Lia. We have one more question here from Ibu Penny Handayani from Unika Atmajaya. This is regarding to the superior or leader, how this leader facilitate the needs of millennials, because millennials need certain specific, yeah. So what superior can provide? Any tips, Ibu Lia?
Okay. Thank you, Bu Penny Handayani from Unika Atmajaya. Dalam beberapa diskusi ya, beberapa waktu lalu juga sempat menyelenggarakan acara diskusi yang bertemu dengan supervisor perusahaan itu, membicarakan hal ini gitu ya. Yang terpenting adalah yang pertama adalah komunikasi gitu ya. bisa memberikan rasa kenyamanan buat milenial, sekaligus isi pesannya juga memberi kesempatan bagi milenial untuk bisa mengaktualisasikan passionnya gitu. Apa yang tentu saja ketika masuk ke perusahaan sudah dengan satu identifikasi ya, apa yang diinginkan ya, apa yang diharapkan seperti itu ya. Dan ketika diterima tentu saja dengan konsekuensi perusahaan mau untuk bernegosiasi gitu ya. Tidak menggunakan komunikasi yang direktif, tapi bargaining negotiation, berbicara untuk gimana nih caranya. Karena kadang mereka memiliki cara yang berbeda untuk mencapai satu tujuan gitu ya. Berikan kepercayaan, itu yang utama, walaupun tetap dengan pengontrolan ya untuk prosesnya, tetapi kepercayaan ini menjadi modal buat mereka untuk kemudian mengaktualisasikan kebisaannya, potensinya, dan ketika itu sudah bisa tercapai, apresiasi. Ini yang membuat mereka menjadi lebih nyaman gitu ya. Apresiasi karena keberhasilan, apresiasi karena berhasil membuat satu proses yang lebih efisien barangkali begitu ya, dengan cara berpikir mereka yang cepat, dan tidak ragu untuk mengapresiasi di tengah-tengah mereka memiliki senior yang banyak itu dari atasan. Ini satu hal yang membuat mereka pada akhirnya memiliki harga diri yang lebih harga diri yang lebih tinggi, kepercayaan diri yang lebih tinggi lagi, sehingga seperti ini juga pada akhirnya bisa mengarahkan mereka lebih aktual lagi ya, lebih optimal ya dalam bekerja di perusahaan. Demikian Bu Nina.
Baik, Ibu Lia, thank you very much for the response. Trust adalah kunci, Bu Penny mention here. Ya, Ibu. Trust, bargaining, negotiation, appreciation. Ya, thank you very much, Bu Penny, for the questions, and also Bu Lia for the response. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there any other questions before we end up the session? Okay, it's very insightful research result, Bu Lia. Thank you very much for the materials, the insightful materials. I think there is no more question. Finally, we have reached the end of this session. Before I close this session, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you to Ibu Lia, and we'll hand over the certificate of appreciation. Dear committee, would you mind to share screen? Okay, Ibu Lia, this is the certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much for being one of the presenter here. Okay, it's very nice to have you here, Bu Lia. Once again, I would like to thank you to Bu Lia and also all of the participants for very active participation on this first session. We hope we can learn many things today, and hope everybody or all the participants can find this session informative and useful. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you, Ibu Lia. Thank you for all. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Nina.
Thank you, Bu Lia. Okay, now please, Mbak and Mas MC. That's all from me.
Hello.
All right, thank you, dear moderator and the speaker for this first session. That's super enlightening and really enjoyable session.
Yeah, I learned a lot about the materials that speaker has delivered. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to move to the next session, which is second session. But before that, we would like to show you the band performance. So, happy watching and enjoy the band performance.
Sejak jumpa kita pertama, ku langsung jatuh cinta. Oh, ku tahu kau ada pemiliknya, tapi ku tak dapat membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak dapat menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka izinkan aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkan aku sekedar sayang padamu. Maka maafkan jika aku mencintaimu, atau biarkan kau mengharapkan sayang padaku. Memang serba salah rasanya tertusuk pada cinta, apalagi aku juga ada pemiliknya. Tapi ku tak dapat membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak dapat menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka maafkan jika ku mencintaimu, atau biarkan ku mengharap kau sayang padaku. Maka maafkan jika ku mencintaimu, atau biarkan ku mengharap kau sayang padaku. Tapi ku tak dapat membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak dapat menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka izinkan aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkan ku mengharap kau sayang padaku. Maka izinkan aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkan aku sekedar sayang padamu. Maka izinkan aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkan aku sekedar sayang padamu. Maka maafkan jika ku mencintaimu, atau biarkan ku mengharap kau sayang padaku. ke kotamu. Lama tidak bertemu, ingin diriku mengulang kembali, berjalan-jalan bagai tahun lalu, sepanjang jalan kenangan kita selalu bergandeng tangan, sepanjang jalan kenangan kau peluk diriku mesra. Hujan yang rintik-rintik di awal bulan itu menambah nikmatnya malam syahdu. Walau diriku kini telah berdua, dirimu pun tiada berbeda. Namun kenangan sepanjang jalan itu tak mungkin lepas dari ingatanku. Sepanjang jalan kenangan kita selalu bergandeng tangan, sepanjang jalan kenangan kau peluk diriku mesra. Hujan yang rintik-rintik di awal bulan itu menambah nikmatnya malam syahdu. Hujan yang rintik-rintik di awal bulan itu menambah nikmatnya malam syahdu.
You guys enjoy it? Okay, nice. What do you think about that, Henry?
That's a really beautiful voice, right?
Yeah. Are you one of the member?
No, of course.
Okay. Okay, everyone. So we move to the second session. So we have Martaria Rizky Renaldi, MPSI psycholog from Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, and she will moderate second session. So Henry, would you please introduce our moderator for this session?
Okay, of course. I will read the CV or curriculum vitae of Martaria Rizky Rinaldi, MPSI psycholog. She is a lecturer at Mercubuana University of Yogyakarta. Her latest educational background is ongoing doctoral of psychology on Universitas Gadjah Mada and also the master degree from Magister Psikologi Profesi Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2017. Her latest publication is Gambaran Self-Compassion Mantan Pengguna Narkoba, studi deskriptif pada mantan pengguna narkoba in the year of 2024. And for the second is the gender differences in online behavior, exploring the moderating effect on loneliness and cyberslacking among university students at the year of 2024.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to introduce the second speaker, Terry Setiawan, PhD from Maranatha Christian University, Redbone University, Netherlands. Please give an applause. Our special guest is come from Christian University, Maranatha Christian University, and he come to University of Mercu Buana. Yeah. For the moderator, please lead this second session. Times is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think I'm very enthusiastic to lead this session. So, okay, I'm very happy today because I'm moderating in this session with Mr. Terry, who came from Bandung to Yogyakarta for share their knowledge. And now in this session, my name is Martaria Rizky Rinaldi, and I will be your moderator. I will moderating in Mr. Terry's session in title From Social Identity to Quality of Life, How Our Identity Matters in Tackling Climate Change. And before we begin, please allow me to greet our speaker today, Mr. Terry. How are you?
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to Yogyakarta. And of course, I want to greet the participants who have joined us virtually in Zoom. Good morning, everyone. And also, participants who came in here in seminary room at Campus 1, Yogyakarta, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Good morning. How are you today? Fine, good, great. Okay, thank you. And now, allow me to introduce our speaker. Please. Okay. Ready? Okay, we still wait the CV of the speaker. And okay. Yeah, our speaker today is Mr. Terry Setiawan, PhD. He is a lecturer at Maranatha Christian University and also a researcher at the Department of Anthropology and Development Studies, Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands. And Mr. Terry completed his bachelor degree in psychology at Universitas Indonesia and then his master degree in developmental psychology at Universitas Pajajaran and his PhD in sociology at Radboud University, Nijmegen, Netherlands, and he has published numerous influential studies in field of psychology. And today, Mr. Terry will present his insightful paper with title From Social Identity to Quality of Life, How Our Identity Matters in Tackling Climate Change. His presentation promised the offer valuable perspective on the intersection of social identity and environmental action. And without further ado, I invite Mr. Terry to begin his presentation. Mr. Terry, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kiki. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are in positive mood as I am right now because I'm also enjoying your city. It's been a while. I visited Yogyakarta, and now that I'm here, memories, old memories coming back, and beautiful memories, of course. So yeah, I hope you are also as enthusiastic as Mrs. Kiki and I am today. So this morning, we will delve into a pressing issue that affects millions of people, which is the well-being and resilience of people living in slums area, or we usually call kawasan kumuh. For those of you who are not aware, we actually have, each city has a mayor's decree, or what we call in Indonesian Surat Keputusan Wali Kota, that addresses which parts of the city that are considered as kumuh or slum areas. Of course, this is a very shortcut way of labeling uh, because it's a very problematic in a sense that academically, because what is kumuh? What is slum? Because a lot of perspectives on slums. In India, that's a fly. I'm sorry. That's shows the evolution of flies, not just human. Now they are immune to air conditioner. So back to slum. We use this term to make a better label, not better label in a sense that it is not problematic, but it's just to give you a quick overview of what the research locations are. But of course, we can delve in a discussion of what slum is for so many hours, even going on for days or months, because again, I have to warn you that using the label of slums is not necessarily always a positive way.
Mr. Terry, sorry, we need to share screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to share screen. Okay. Admit this or Zoom. Okay. Meeting. Okay, I'm sorry for the technical issue, but let's see if I can do this right. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So, again, long story short, I'm just gonna use the label of slums to give you a quick idea of what we are dealing with. But again, later after the discussion or even after this event, we can always discuss what slum is, because for us, it's a problematic label. For one quick reason, people like their neighborhood to be considered slums because then they receive social benefits. But at the same time, historically, the word slum is also connoting with negative behaviors, like you being lazy, you're not, you don't want to work hard, and that's why you live in dirty places. So yes, so those considerations might be taken into account, but for this session, let's just call this slum to open our discussion. Okay, so from social identity to quality of life, our identity matters in tackling climate change. I would like to start on focusing on how I started and end up here in this study. So back in 2015, I started focusing on interreligious conflicts, completely different matter from what we are going to discuss. But bear with me, it's going to be a quick introduction. So I started focusing on interreligious conflicts, and I was interested in using the perspective of social identity theory. For those of you who are familiar with Henry Touchfeld, Turner, those are some of the pioneers who study interreligious or intergroup conflicts using how we identify with our meaningful group membership, and just by identifying ourselves with one certain social group that already divides us between us and them. We in Indonesian can call it kita dan kami. So it's us between them. just simply by identifying with certain social group. And the experiment also was very simple. In the past, we could simply divide right now. Maybe for those of you who are online might not see clearly, but since we are doing it on site here, we can see there are two groups here right in front of me, on my left and on my right. And I can simply doing an experiment on the participants. So from now on, until the end of the session, we will call this as a group right, and this is group left. So for those of you who are interested in competition, I will give some questions later, and we will see which group will get the right answers, group left or group right. And just by dividing you into that very simplified group, you guys are already in a competition. And imagine that using a more powerful group membership, ethnical groups, right? Now you're getting a sense of how powerful social identity is. And that is one of the reasons why I started this interreligious conflict, looking at at how people identify themselves with religious group. And also because religious group denotes certain kind of group position. If you're a Muslim, you'll become a majority. If you're a Christian, you'll become a minority. Let's say in Jogja, but if you go to somewhere else, let's say in Kupang, it's the other way around, right? If you're a Christian, you're the majority. If you're a Muslim, you're the minority. As simple as that, we have divisive groups. So using that premise, we started the study, and we can also infer that the social identity is not simply just to what extent we identify ourselves with certain social group, but also in the slide it says if we take Touchfeld, Turner, and Cameron into account, it says as part of the individual self-concept, which stems from their knowledge along with their assigned value and emotional tie to certain group membership. So it's not just simply oh, I'm part of that group cognitively, but I'm also attaching some kind of emotional values. Oh, if my group is treated unjust, then oh, I should do something because I'm part of that group. So also emotional values, moral values, if you can go further than just simply emotional values, those are taken into account in your group identity. So based on this understanding, we can also conclude that self-concept is defined in terms of our network, social network relations. That means I would like that my group to be perceived as highly as the other groups. Because that also concerns with my self-concept, right? If I'm part of a lower rank group, you might feel not as positive as the ones who are in, let's say, a higher rank group. So based on that, we take that into account, and we develop, because social identity theory itself has evolved now as a framework. It also includes relevant theories into the model, and we use that same reasoning to actually develop our own model to predict to what extent people would support interreligious conflict, to what extent people would support that if I should harm someone's house of worship or of the outgroup, or to what extent I would protest to, let's say, limit or confine the movement of certain religious groups. So using this model, we take social identity as the heart of the model, and we developed the macro and micro level model. So if you look at the top, there's what we call the contextual level, the intergroup competition. So we can see the intergroup competition is based on rate of poverty, percentage of religious diversity, how much of a difference between in terms of population between religious groups, how many percentage of Muslims, how many percentage of Christians, how many percentage of Catholics and other religious groups. So that's at the top level, what we call at the macro level. And we also look at the psycho-individual micro level. We look at to what extent people actually perceive that their group is being treated unjust, to what extent that they have some kind of trust to the outgroup, and all the other things that are in the model. And we use all this to predict to what extent people would support interreligious violence. And we also take a step further, not just looking at their behavioral tendencies. It's not behavior yet, it's just the behavioral tendency. And we use this model to actually predict whether they have participated in actual violence or not. So again, long story short, we perform data collection in 6 hotspots in Indonesia. So if you look at the map, we have, from the top, we have Aceh Singkil. If you remember, Aceh Singkil experienced some degree of interreligious conflict in 2015, where I think several Christian churches were burned in Singkil, Aceh, because the growing number of Christian churches are just too overwhelming for the locals. And we also went to South Lampung, again, back in, I think it's also in 2013. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's in 2013 where the local Lampung, the people in South Lampung, they attacked Bali Nuraga village. The village is full of Hindunis because they are part of government plan in transmigration policy. So they came from Bali and they maintained their religious belief, and they finally adapted living in South Lampung, and they have become more influential in that area. That also what triggered the conflict. And then we also went to Bekasi. I think we might also be familiar with so many cases of closing down churches, but not also churches, but also closing down of Ahmadiyah Mosque in Bekasi. Until 2015, the cases have finally subdued, but still the latent conflicts are still there. We also went to Madura, Sampang, where the case of Sunni Shia erupted. Some of the refugees from the Shia community until the present day still live in Sidoarjo. They cannot come back to their old village in Sampang unless they are willing to be converting to the Sunni Muslims. And then we also went to Kupang in East Nusa Tenggara. This is the flipped case where a lot of Christians as the majority religious group and if you look at the map in Kelapa Lima, Obobo, Alak, those are Christian majority groups, and they actually had a case of preventing a mosque being constructed. It's really a long case. It started in 2008, 2009, and it finally was solved in 2015. The mosque eventually was able to develop. And finally, we also went to Poso. Poso had been in the national headline news right after the Reformation era because of so much of violence there. So there's a saying in Poso back in the Reformation era, in the river, we do not see people eating fish, but fish eating people in Poso. So you can imagine how extensive the violence is, that the bodies were thrown into the river and have become the food for the fish in the river. Back in Poso in 1997 until 1999. But then we went there again in 2017. The interreligious conflict has been subdued, has been at the, let's say, a minimum level. But again, we still have to take into account that conflict can always be in two forms, whether it has been manifested or it has been hidden under the rug. So it's actually in latent conflict. So all these places, quick review based on the social identity notion. We consider that those who highly identify themselves with certain social group, or let's say in this case, a religious group, they will show high in-group ties. That means they have some kind of, they tend to go out together, they tend to have lunch together. And in-group effect, that means they develop some kind of emotional significance to their group. And the last one is centrality. So whenever we are in a conversation, you say something interesting, and on top of your mind, it's one of them is your social group. So these three things, we operationalize them into all these things, from religious affiliation up to salience. And we tested all these constructs to predict whether they would relate to support for interreligious violence. And we found that only some of them are shown to be related to support for interreligious conflict. So religious affiliation, whether you are belonging to a Muslim group or you are belonging to a Christian group, that actually is significant to the supporting for interreligious conflict. And read a passage or rites of passage, whether you are involved in participating in religious funerals or religious ceremonies, that also, if you score high on this construct, then you are also likely to support for interreligious conflict. Particularism, religious centrism up to salience are also shown to be supportive for interreligious conflict. So this tells you that, okay, just by identifying ourselves with certain religious group, this gives us some kind of higher probability of supporting for interreligious conflict, whether you like it or not. But having certain social identity would predict certain social behaviors. And in this case, this would indicate whether you are likely to support for interreligious conflict or not. But that's not all. We also found the following. So we break down. So we finally ended up with 2,500 something participants from all those 6 cities, and we split those participants into their religious affiliations, Muslims and Christians. And here you can see that for a Muslim group, they tend to, for the rights of passage, they are related to perceived injustice, and that would lead to support for lawful and support for violent protest. So perceived injustice is to what extent you perceive that your religious group is treated unjust, and collective efficacy is based on the notion of self-efficacy from Bandura. To what extent you believe that your religious group have the ability to improve your living conditions. So if we're about, let's say, outside there's a riot, and between Mercu Buana and some other university, if we're about to go out there, if we have this collective efficacy, if we score higher on collective efficacy, meaning that we have high belief that I think we as a group of Mercu Buana can actually take down the other university, then we will go out there. But if we don't have that high level of efficacy, then we will stay here. You know what? Let's just stay here and wait until the riot ends. Because even if we go out there, we don't have a chance. So this actually is related for both Muslims and Christians. If these groups have the belief that their religious group is able to win over some other religious group, then they will support for lawful protest and support for violent protest. And that's also what is happening until the very day. People would demonstrate, people would, let's say, destroy someone's house of worship because they have the belief that that their religious group is being treated unjust, and at the same time, if we get together and just start to fight, we have a chance. And as promised in the beginning, we also took the macro level. We also look at the religious diversity and poverty level, whether these two things would relate to support for lawful protest as part of support for interreligious conflict. And we only found that only religious diversity that is related to supporting for lawful protest. It's a warning sign as an Indonesian society because we are composed of so many different religious groups. So no matter how rich we get, no matter how poor we get, it doesn't really matter. It's not something that will trigger us to interreligious conflict. It's the religious diversity. So if here in Mercu Buana, you have been so used to being the majority, and all of a sudden there's an influx or a high level of people coming in to your university from different religious background, that would affect you to the extent that you would support for vanishing them. So that's a warning sign. Of course, there's something we can do about it, such as intergroup context, such as developing common in-group identity. But this is just to give you a quick overview of what we did back in 2015, where we developed a social identity framework to predict whether people would support for interreligious conflicts or not, at least in Indonesian context. So if you are interested, we have the data set deposited in the DANS platform. We have all those things. So if you are interested in looking at the data, you can go to the DANS. You can just look up for this resource. Or if you also are interested in going deeper into what is going on in the data, what is happening actually, then you can also read all the resources shown on the screen. Then again, that is not what we are here for, right? We are talking about resilient communities, also their well-being in relation to climate change. So how did we get from identity to well-being? So in 2021, we started the project called Resilient Indonesian Envision Slums, or what this is a mistake here on the screen. So it's supposed to be Resilient Indonesian Slums Envisioned, or we shorten it as RISE project. So the focus is on looking at the relation between water management and well-being and resilience among locals living in flood-prone urban settlements. Using the World Bank findings that there has been an increased risk of flood in certain cities, we used that finding, and then we decided which locations we would go and conduct our study. So in the end, we decided on focusing on Bima, Manado, and Pontianak. So Bima is a very interesting case because 5 to 7 years ago, the government implemented this policy where they encourage the locals to start growing corns. The problem with corns is not the economy. The economy of corn plantation has brought prosperity among the locals. But the problem is they had to chop down the old trees, the trees that have been able to absorb rain, and also when there's a water flowing in from Dompu or from other higher regions of Bima, they were able to absorb the excessive water. But the problem is, after the corn plantation, they had to chop down the trees. So what they left is corn. And the problem with corn plantation is when there's water coming in or excessive amount of water, they will just pass by the plantation without being able to absorb. So what happens is at the lower level, the neighborhoods at the lower level, they are more frequently flooded. It could go up to 6-7 times a year being flooded. And here's also another interesting thing about studying floods in Indonesia. We sometimes have this thing called, there's an English saying, it's called inundation. Inundation, or literally translated as genangan. So if it's only up to ankle high, it's inundation. It's not flood. It's just accumulated water waiting to be going through the drainage, right? So we will tolerate that. But imagine that, having that 5 to 10 times a year. Or whenever it rains, it will end up as inundation. Up to ankle high, it's no problem, right? So we tolerate that so much, up to the level that this, as high as calf, adult calf, right before the knee, that's still called inundation, right? We go to Bandung, we go to Jakarta, it's higher than the ankle high, but it's still not reaching the knee level. So we could still say, it's inundation. We just have to wait for several hours. They will just disappear, right? In our vision, flood is up to here, up to chest, adult chest high, right? But that's the problem, because then how do we determine what flood is, right? So is it when we do flood projection, when we have all this rain precipitation, when we have all this water level, water quantity, how much the water coming in from the natural resources and how they end up in the lake, we have all those measurements. But then the problem sometimes can be, how do we measure, or how do we determine when there's a flood? If it's knee high, what do we call? Is it inundation, genangan, or is it flood? People could still walk, right? That's a problem, and that's also a problem because then the government and scholars sometimes have disagreement. To what extent? And that's only one perspective. We can also use perspective of, well, okay, it's knee level, it's quite high, but still it will go down through the drainage for 1-2 hours, within 1-2 hours. So it's no problem. No economic damage. So we could tolerate that. But again, it's another perspective. How do we determine what flood is? Anyway, that's for another topic. But so that is what we're doing. So once I finished with the interreligious study group, I started working on the well-being and resilience of people living in slums, or sometimes we call flood-prone urban settlements. But we do not lose the social identity framework, because learning from the importance of social relations, which signify our social identity, we also employed the notion of relational well-being. For those of you who are interested in well-being, there have been so many different notions of well-being, one of which that is very, very prominent is subjective well-being, right? Historically, subjective well-being has been the hallmark of well-being studies in psychology field, and it has been used, in fact, by the United Nations as an index to compare the level of GDP, the level of happiness. Subjective well-being has been adopted to complement the other measures, Human Development Index, the Happiness Index, and so on. So subjective well-being basically measures life satisfaction or emotional experience. It generally indicates information of happiness or satisfaction. But the problem with subjective well-being is one of the critiques that have been proposed is that it leaves aside information on how people define satisfaction. What is satisfaction? It can be in any domain. And then we also move on to psychological well-being from RIF. So it seeks to go beyond simply just measuring levels of feeling good, but also doing good in psychological well-being. So in order to feel good, you have to also do something good. So psychological well-being goes beyond simply just measuring feeling good. It also considers more substantively what is good for the people, conceived as optimal psychological functioning. So psychological well-being is not merely determined by material resources or external circumstances, but rather their internal capabilities and freedoms that individuals possess. But then again, it leaves aside on how people define what is good for them. Okay, I want to feel good. I want to do good. But what is good for me? That's the question. So instead of employing all these established concepts, subjective well-being and psychological well-being, we try to adopt to a more, let's say, social context well-being. And we found that in the notion of relational well-being by Sarah White. She's an anthropologist, so she started studying well-being in the global south, India, Pakistan, Thailand, Vietnam, those who live in Mekong River. And she found that whenever she went on the field and asked, how's your life? And she found that it never been about themselves. Oh, I feel good. The answer has never been like that. The answer has always been, I'm okay. I still have neighbors, even though we just experienced high level of flood. It's okay. My neighbors support me. We support each other. It's okay. As long as my kids are still alive. So that triggered us, maybe well-being isn't just about feeling good, doing good, but also how do you define happiness? Whether it's only related to yourself or it's also related to others around you, your significant others. So that's why one of the decisions why we take relational well-being is because we see that I think this concept is more relevant within Indonesian context, at least um, because it considers some kind of cultural representativeness, and also that's what we did. We could just skip this. So basically, relational well-being involves 3 dimensions: subjective, material, and also relational. Subjective means I have a higher level of self-concept. I think I'm a hard worker. So some kind of personal aspirations are also still included in the well-being, but at the same time, it also takes into account material dimension, such as I'm satisfied with my own income at the moment. In relation to my neighbors, I think I am doing well economically. So this makes more sense because when I ask you right now, how well do you do in terms of economically? I'm sure many of you would answer it by somehow comparing it to people around you. I don't have that much money, but I have properties that some of my friends don't have. So yeah, I feel good. I'm doing good economically. But because of that processing, well-being can never be just about yourself without relating it to others. So material dimension is also included in the relational well-being. And finally, relational. Relational, or what we call social dimension, is also about whether you have the ability to actually contribute to your family, participate in family activities, in community activities. That is also something of importance in determining your well-being. So you may be rich, you may be healthy, but you are not allowed to participate in the community. You cannot vote. You cannot participate in family activities because somehow you have been exiled from your family, and you cannot see your family. So you just live on your own, but you're rich and you're healthy. Is that well-being? At least not in our Indonesian context, Indonesian society. So that's why relational dimension is also something that we should consider when we talk about well-being of others. Finally, after we decided on which theoretical framework we would use, we conducted a quantitative survey involving 700 participants in the first wave to test the relational well-being and other relevant constructs such as place attachment, individual resilience, household resilience, community resilience, water quantity. And after that, we followed up by using qualitative studies, or we did some interviews, focus group discussions. We did some problem rankings within the community to confirm the relational well-being construct. And finally, we conducted the quantitative survey again. This time, in the second wave, we involved 1,200 participants from all the 3 cities. And the locations of data collection, we purposefully selected those slum settlements that have been written down in the mayor's decree in Surat Keputusan Wali Kota mengenai kawasan kumuh. So we used that decree to determine which specific location we should visit to yeah. So finally, this is the name of locations that we went to. So we could skip this. And this is just to give you an overview of what we did. We took a sample of water quality. We took a sample of water from the well. We took a sample from the river. We also conducted social mapping analysis. We also conducted stakeholder mapping analysis, and we also did group discussion as well as in-depth interview. And so the result is we developed our own measurement of relational well-being. And we found that for those who are having risk perception towards flood disasters or aquatic disasters, they actually have less household resilience, less level of household resilience, and they also do not develop some kind of high level of place attachment. And for those who are in high risk perception, this is the interesting case. They develop subjective material well-being. So they are satisfied economically, which develops their place attachment. But as a result, that actually lowers down their household of resilience. Why? Because if you are so much used to receiving social support from your surroundings, then you do not develop some kind of problem solving and critical thinking to actually solve it yourself. So that is what is happening in the data set. And we also look at to what extent relational well-being dimensions are related to individual resilience. We see here these relations are mediated by family protective factor the most. The funny thing is, if you look at this, family and community protective factors, those are the two mediators that connect the relational well-being dimensions and the individual resilience. And what we find is family protective factor actually positively mediates the connection positively, but community protective factor actually in a negative mode. Why? We found that, again, people are so much used to exchanging social support. So whenever there's a flood coming in, it's okay, I got Miss Kiki to call. It's okay, I got Mas Angga to call. I'm good. It's okay, I will borrow some money from Miss Kiki to reconstruct my house. But then you don't develop certain necessary skills to actually mitigate the flood risk and adapt to whatever is happening in the environment. Again, if you are interested, there are references that we have published. There are some literatures that we have published. If you are also interested in the data set, what is going on in the data, you want to look at something else, then the data set is open for public to use. And there are some resources that you can also use as a starting point. So we could skip the findings, but then the implication, 2 more minutes, hopefully that should be enough. So the implication is, again, we have successfully developed the relational well-being measure as a complement to subjective and psychological well-being constructs that have been established previously. We are not denying that those theories are very useful in psychological field, but at the same time, we are complementing those theories for scholars who are also interested in looking at different perspectives of well-being. The importance of considering both family and community protective factors in understanding the complex interplay between well-being and resilience. So we cannot, well-being and resilience are two sides of the same coin, right? You cannot have well-being without having adversity, right? You cannot develop some kind of resilience without having some kind of adversity. And at certain point, you will develop some kind of well-being because as a result of developing some sense of resilience. So these are the two same sides of the same coin. But again, sometimes the connection is not that simple. The connection can always be mediated or moderated by certain cultural factors. And by fostering strong place attachment, emotional tie to our neighborhood community, and promoting community resilience, urban planners and policymakers can help create more sustainable and livable cities. So what is next? To move forward, I think we should encourage developing socio-hydrology study by employing water quality and quantity and flood projection modeling with relevant socio-psychological constructs. So it's not just doing it one step at a time, but doing it all together. You should look at what the water management is, but at the same time, you should also look at the societal factors and combine them together to predict and plan a better and sustainable policy. And that should be it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terry. That's very informative and also inspiring material presentation. Now we will move to the Q&A session. For participants, we will ask questions. Please submit your question through chat box or Q&A feature. I will select a few, maybe 2 questions for Mr. Terry. Maybe in this room, any question for offline participant? Maybe? Okay. I think the participant is still speechless from for hearing your material, but we have one question in Zoom, chat Zoom. This is from Penny Handayani. Miss Penny said that Mas Terry presentation is very interesting, and she has question based on Mas Terry experience. Why do some people choose the remain in slum area in big cities rather than move to better area outside the city? This could be an idea for better city governance. How about that, Mr.
Hai Penny, apa kabar Pen? We used to hang out together.
Okay.
So yeah, it seasonal friend. Okay. Anyway, we could catch up after this. So yeah, the question is why do people still stay put in slum areas in big cities rather than moving out to, let's say, a better area? So I think it's a very common question that has been asked many times, and I think we are starting to understand why in terms of socially. If you look at the relational well-being, so and again using the social identity framework, having lived there, having lived in a certain community for years, you have developed some sense of neighborhood tie. You have developed some sense of your favorite place in that area. You have developed some sense of good neighbor, good friendship. You have developed some sense of activities together. And even though the place is flooded many times a year, it's still a very hard decision for them to move out because their livelihood has already developed there. When we talk about livelihood, we don't just talk about economy. So there are at least 5 different dimensions of livelihood. We have physical livelihood. I like the road there. I like the access there because it's so close to my campus. It's so close to my work office. So we have physical livelihood. We have social livelihood. This is one of the most important things. I've become good friends with my neighbors. Left, right, back, and for and in the front. I have developed some sense of emotional tie with my neighborhood community. I feel like I could participate. So these kind of livelihoods should also be taken into account when we ask people, even though they are living in flood-prone areas, because they cannot just simply leave them there and then relocate to another place that is less likely to flood. But then they have to start all over again, right? So the problem of starting all over again is always difficult. You may not end up having the same neighbors. That's one. You may not end up living comfortably. You have to adapt to a new behavioral patterns. You used to live in front of the river, so it's easy to get water. It's easy for you to, let's say, to hang your, to dry your clothes. It's easy for you to play around with your kids. But then all of a sudden you are relocated to a place where there is no river. You have developed some sense of meaningful relationship with water. You value water that much. And then you suddenly live in apartment building. You don't have a place to dry your clothes, to hang your clothes. You don't have a place where you can just go out of your apartment and then simply just gather together with your neighbors and share food or coffee together. There's no such place. So considering the livelihood of the people is what makes they decide to stay put. That's one of the answers, Penny. Thank you, Penny. Ya, nanti kita nongkrong lagi di Kalam UI ya.
Okay, okay, Mr. Terry, because our restricted rundown and schedule today. So maybe that's all for this session, for this Q&A session.
There's one other question. Just
Okay.
one.
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe you can answer in chat box. Okay, thank you, Mr. Terry, for this session. And now, because we close this session, we will to share, express our appreciation. We will present to you a certificate of appreciation. This certificate is only a small gesture to acknowledge your contribution. Okay. Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Terry, for your session, very insightful. And now, thank you also for our participants who joined this session. We hope to see you in another event. Thank you for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the moderator for your time to moderating second session. That was very helpful, and we know that every audience has enjoyed your session with the great speaker, Mr. Terry Setiawan. Thanks for sharing and for the insight. That's an honor for us. So we're still excited about the next agenda. What is it, Henry? What is going to?
Okay, for the next agenda is the third session. I would like to introduce the moderator for the session 3. It's Dr. Nimade Swasti Wulanyani from Udayana University. My partner Sandra will read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Nimade Swasti Wulanyani.
Okay, audience, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Nimade Swasti Wulanyani, SPSI MH Psychologist, Associate Professor in Department of Psychology, Udayana University, educational background, doctoral degree from Doctor of Psychology, Universitas Gadjah Mada in 2014, master degree from MS in Ergonomy Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Udayana. And the publication, faktor-faktor yang berperan dalam cyberbullying remaja di media sosial literatur review 2024. And the second is faktor-faktor yang memengaruhi adiksi media sosial pada mahasiswa literatur review 2024. And there's so many publication that Dr. Nimade Swasti have. So, shall we move to the next agenda?
Of course, yeah. And then for our speaker for this session is Dr. Josephine M.J. Ratna, M. Psychology, PhD. She's a vice president of Hearing Aid. And for the moderator, please lead this session.
Thank you for the master of ceremony. Ibu Jo, are you there? Okay, I will introduce one of our distinguished speaker. This is about diversity. Her female's name is Josephine Ratna. She graduated her bachelor on psychology in Erlangga University, Surabaya, Indonesia in 1991. Then she got postgraduate diploma in psychology from the University of Western Australia. She got her PhD and MPsych in clinical and health psychology from Curtin University. And if we talk about her work experiences, she's have so many work experiences, but I only read some of them. From 1996 until present, she works as a lecturer in Widya Mandala Catholic University. She's still registered as psychologist in Australia and Indonesia for Autism Association of Western Australia, and also work as a psychologist in Afega Clinic, an online psychological clinic. One of her prowess in leadership, I think, was proven when she facilitating bilateral education connection between Indonesia and Australia as a country manager of Australian Technology Network of Universities for Indonesia. And she received many awards, one of which is Above and Beyond. I heard about it. Therapy and Clinical Services, Wall for Acclaim from Autism Association of Western Australia. There are still many achievements of her, but it cannot be mentioned all this time, of course. Now, Bujo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Long time no see, Bujo.
Long time no see too. Yep.
Okay, please, you have 35 minutes maximum before we move to the question and answer session. Please, Ibu Dr. Josephine, time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Wulan. It's been great to see you again. And greetings to all of you in Indonesia and in other part of the world. Today I'm going to talk about diversity and inclusion, and I hope that you all will get inspired of what we're going to discuss, and like what the previous speakers have said, it's interesting how we live in the current world. And, you know, like we have a lot to learn. We also have a lot to adapt, and we also have a lot challenges to face. And it's not only about how good we are, but also how to embrace, you know, what is available. It's also have to recognize, you know, like our weakness and our limitation, and all in all, in order to maintain a sustainable community, it's not a one person's job. It's all of us that has to take part actively in whatever we do. Okay, so let's just share my screen.
You prefer to share screen for yourself or from the
I
committee?
think I prefer to share screen by myself because there is a movie.
Okay, okay, please.
Okay. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
All right, okay. So when we talk about diversity and inclusion, there are two different things, but at the same time, also we need to understand the two of them is kind of like can't be separated. So if we look at UNICEF work to promote inclusive education, there are few things that we need to take into consideration on the focus areas. And the focus areas can be something to do with advocacy, something to do with awareness or raising awareness, then capacity building, or, you know, and this capacity building can be in many places. It can be in workplace, university, education, school, teachers, and, you know, everyone that is involved can be teachers, administrators, policymakers, and even individuals. And it means if all of them have been achieved, then the biggest task for all of us is how to implement everything. Okay, and UNICEF have given us the guide of how to promote inclusive education. So my session is about inclusive education, but I'm actually providing you all with a wider picture of what inclusive education within the diversity. Okay, so what do we know about diversity and inclusion? Anyone wants to give any opinions about diversity and inclusion? I know that this is an online sort of webinar, but, you know, it would be good, you know, like if any of you would like to share what you think about inclusive education or diversity and inclusion and, you know, take part in this session. I can see from the chat box if anyone wants to contribute. What do we know about diversity and inclusion? Are these two terms the same?
Please, anyone, you can open your microphone or write in the chat box, please. We
Or
have
those people-
around 100 participants.
And if you attend, you know, personally in there, probably someone can just let us know what do they think about. Yeah.
But we have one in a chat box. Opportunity for everyone. And she said
Everyone
that
is unique
opportunity
in
for
their
everyone.
ways.
Everyone is unique in their ways.
In their ways.
And then multiculturalism is diversity.
That's really good. Okay, let's just see whether, you know, like we've got it right. But as a psychologist or as a person who actually learn more about psychology, we need to be able to differentiate what diversity and inclusion. Okay, so yeah, that's the reason why, you know, we work in so many different areas. Why do we have to know about diversity and inclusion? Because that's part of where we live. It's something that you can't avoid. It's something that is around you. And sometimes, you know, like you live with someone who has a different view of anything, okay, opinions about value, about something, and that's part of the diversity. So diversity, when we talk about diversity, sometimes we only see like an iceberg, okay? We only see what you can see visually, what you can hear. You say probably you saw someone who speak in Bahasa, but at the same time, that person is actually having a blonde hair, right? And you'd start thinking, wow, that person probably learned about our language, or probably that person actually lived in Indonesia, or that person probably married an Indonesian. So a lot of hypothesis that you have in your mind when you're looking at something, and that's actually part of the diversity and inclusion perspectives. But whether you are going to ask that questions, whether you're going to approach the person, whether you're going to be interested in working with the person, or whether you start to see what they are not good at. So these are the reaction and the response once we are in the world of diversity and perspectives, and then whether by looking at someone who are different than us, how does that make you feel? Do you feel included? Do you feel like a threat? Do you feel like, no, I don't belong here, or they don't belong here? Or you think that we need to be treated differently? I am local. I need to have a cheaper price. Those people are foreigners. They need to have a more expensive price. Is this the case? So let's go and see whether that's actually applied to all of us. Yeah. Now, if you see diversity and inclusion, a lot of symbol that is being used for diversity and inclusion, one of them is this rainbow thinking. Rainbow doesn't have to be like the rainbow movement, but rainbow here is more about the uniqueness, the cultural specific, the the way people react. But does it mean diversity is always good, or does it actually have some thing that you feel that I need to learn more about it because I probably don't know anything about it? So diversity is a mixture, okay? It's a mixture, it's a combination, it's a mixture. But inclusion is making the mix work. If you only mix, 5 or 6 different color of, your batter, your flour, you create. If that remains in separate place, and then you don't have the skill to create this rainbow cake, it's not going to become a rainbow cake. It's probably will taste good, but not nice to see. So the diversity is a mixture, but inclusion is the real attitude towards the diversity that will make the mixture work. So if we're talking about Australia, I'm currently living in Australia. Australia is the nation of migrant. 1 in 4 Australians born overseas. So it means, like myself, I'm here in Australia, but I was born in Indonesia. 58% of Australian population is happening through overseas migration. And then 1 family in 5 families, so 20% speaking in a language other than English. And for Australia, why cultural diversity is important? Because it's actually meant to stop racial discrimination. Doesn't really matter in one room, we have someone coming from Africa, America, have different grandfather coming from different part of Europe, or someone who's actually in the room eating noodles, but the person is actually coming from, different part of the world. That's good, okay? So we want people to come to the room and not seeing the diverse, it's not seeing what's different, but they are actually saying what is the same, what are the common interests, and that's what makes inclusion. Okay, creating a healthy work culture, promoting innovation and creativity. You know, sometimes, you know, we learn from people with disability. I'm working in an area of disability. So sometimes, you know, like I'm amazed with how interesting the person with disability and how creative they are. One of the example as working as a therapist and as a psychologist here in my company, I saw people with, you know, like awesome and fabulous, you know, ability to remember things. The person, you know, like that used to come to our place will say, "Hi, Josephine, I know your birthday is on this date, you know, and you are this years old." And I said, "Oh my God, you know, like everyone knows about my age, everyone knows about my birthday." And that's not something to be shared, you know, like socially, but because they are autistic and they are doing that to create an interaction, we all celebrate and say, "Yes, that's correct. You know, what about your birthday?" And then he started to say, "This is my birthday." And then what about, you know, like the other person's birthday? And then, you know, we're talking. It's not about, you know, like someone with autism, but no friend. So sometimes we're using their, you know, like uniqueness and what people think they're weird, or sometimes they are different. But from there, we actually create and promote, you know, like healthy work culture, healthy, you know, like social interaction. So in Australia, it's very, very easy to see, you know, like places where you have so many different type of inclusion in action. Okay, so this is the easiest way to find. But then if you are going to see, you know, like people in work or, you know, like work related place, then you see all of these are the factors of what we consider as cultural diversity and how to actually work with them. Probably, you know, like we know that it's quite different in terms of, you know, if we talk about sexual orientation, it's very, very, we need to respect what people choice, but at the same time, you know, like we understand that there are challenges in terms of of the system, in terms of the value, in terms of spiritual sort of belief and everything, but that shouldn't actually make our life becomes miserable. So we need to understand about all these things, and probably then we realize, have I been, you know, like inclusive? I thought it's a good way and it's easy, but in reality, it's not easy. Okay, so this is a nice sort of symbol of how diversity and inclusion, you know, like in real life. So diversity is like the plant. Inclusion is what you actually, you know, put in the plant. Is it like good, you know, like water? Is it, you know, like something with nutritious sort of thing that you put into there? Or do you actually put poison? If it's poison, comment, like negative comment, part of your inclusion action, it's not gonna make the flower bloom. Okay, so everyone can achieve their potential if we allow that inclusion. So inclusive education, we're talking about inclusive education. These are some, you know, like infograph that you can see about, you know, how in Australia, let's say 1 in 10 Australian have disability, and disability can be, you know, like physical disability, it can be neurodevelopmental disability, it can be disability of any kind. And of course, because, you know, we have such a multicultural, you know, we call it neuro affirming sort of community, then it will impact onto facility. that the government have to provide to meet all their needs, to meet like their rights, and also to support them in order to still have a good quality of life, to feel that they're being treated fairly, to feel that like people understand and respect their needs. So it's not just about we understand who they are, but the government have to put in place policy and facility and any advocacy for people who are not probably like fortunate. And yeah, so these are all like what we need to do from our end. So if we see in Australian schools, nobody can tell who are they, who what they're coming like from, what language they speak, only by looking at this picture. Nobody will know how they're being treated as children in their own family home. Nobody will know whether they are emotionally happy or whether they have trauma in their life. But you see them equal. They have that capacity to grow, but they also have challenges to cope. So diversity and inclusion in Australian schools, when we have to fill in the form, there are like some questions about CALD, and CALD means culturally and linguistically diverse. So if I need to sign to fill in the form, I will tick the CALD, mean like I'm culturally and linguistically diverse. I speak more than one language. And usually when we tick that, those who only have English as their language to communicate, sometimes they will say, oh my God, even with English, I can't speak clearly enough. There are lots of misunderstanding when I actually communicate what I really want. And you come here in Australia, you speak more than one language, must be so interesting. So that's their way of being inclusive, okay? And then NESB is non-English speaking background. So it means, like none of their life in school or family who speaks English at all. So it means that person has zero English. And then another one is about disability and neurotypical. So disability and neurotypical is how people say that I don't have disability, but we don't write one with disability and one perfect. So neurotypical is the way, the language we use in order to respect those people with disability and accept them. So diversity and inclusion in Australian schools, teachers and school principals or like educators, they have to combine learning areas, general capability, and cross-curriculum priorities. Let me tell you a story where I got, I think I was in tears one day when my young boy, my little boy at that time, I think he was in year 6. And, after all just before summer break, or just before break, usually we have this sport competition, we have, all that social barbecue in the school where everybody can bring their own dishes and then, participate in any school competition. So we as parents receive a letter from the school saying that everyone must come to this event. Everyone must participate in the school competition. Everyone must bring their family to come and and enjoy the day. The first thing that came into my mind, I said, oh my God, how would that person with wheelchair do this sport competition? Because it's a must. How would someone who's blind, because I know that my son has someone who's actually blind in the class, to participate in this, like competition. What about someone who only have one leg to actually participate in this competition? I was so intrigued. I was so curious. I was so excited to see how the school actually implement inclusion, in their school. And that's the policy everyone needs to be. I thought, oh, they will just come and then cheer, they don't have to actually participate. No, they have to participate. So one person in this athletic sort of competition, running competition, okay, the one who is blind, it's actually being placed probably 2 meters from finish line, okay, and then the one who has one leg but not blind, she actually used the aid to walk. She is being placed probably 10 meters away. Okay. The one, with mental sort of problems, they place somewhere in the line. All others are placed probably 50 meters or 100 meters away, okay, from the finish line. And then when they actually blow that and say that, okay, time to start, ready, set, go. Do you know what happened? We all cry because, the blind is trying to find where the finish line. And, you can see all the other who are fit, like no blind, no disability, running towards them from behind. They are competing. They're not giving, so kasihan, okay? This person we need to get him to win. No, they're all running at the same time, but they were given, different distance according to their needs, according to what they can. And their parent play an important part. They are allowed to give instruction. With the blind person, like the mother say, 2 steps forward, to the left, okay, you're doing great, So this is how they motivate this blind person. And the blind person can hear, like, yes, go, okay? And the emotion during that competition was so great. The one with one leg, trying hard, fell. Get up, okay, go, get up, don't worry. And guess what? All the other children who are about, to go past, these people with disability, they were slowing down their running, and then they come together and get to the finish line together. So there's nothing about winning or losing, but the more about enjoyment of diversity and inclusion, and everyone got chocolate at the end. It's really interesting, but I learned a lot and we cried together, like parents. Oh my God, we was just so teary about, how beautiful it was. So 8 principles of inclusive education. Everyone has the right to communicate and be heard, okay? Everyone has the ability to feel and think, but people probably have slow learner. They think slowly, but they can feel and think. So those with disability, just do not assume they don't feel anything. They can't, because they can't see, okay? Everyone needs friendship with their peers and their support. People need each other. Real education is carried out on the basis of live communication. Diversified development can enhance all areas of life. Achievement and abilities of a person do not affect his or her value. Achieving progress is possible by developing what a person is capable of rather than what he or she is not capable of. That's where, like all the activities that is strength-based are being built. It's person-centered, it's active support and positive behavior support. So when we talk about active support, okay, that's very important here in in Australia. It's so viral now, active support, diversity and inclusion. So active support, they have 4 principles, which I don't actually share here, but the 4 principle would be something like every moment has potential. Any moment at all, you are in a car, you are queuing, you are waiting, you are eating. Those are, like moments where they have potentials. You eat noodles, then, speak with someone who eat noodles. Do you know where noodles come from? Do you know who has, like which country have a lot of noodles in their food regime? Like, oh, this is called meatballs. What meatballs can be made? So that moment is potentials to include people, to include in the conversation, to make friends, and to achieve all the other principles. Now, that's the 8 principles, but inclusive education themselves in reality has to be implemented. How to give feedback. I'm just using one of the example, number 8, of giving feedback effectively. Let's say you have a test and one student, like got 30% only, okay? And then the student might go home and then parents will say, oh my God, like, what did you do? You didn't, like study enough. You only got 30%, okay? And the student will defend herself saying that, yeah, but, I studied a lot, but, it's just unfortunate. The question was too difficult. Or, like the teacher doesn't like me. Or, like, I'm just, like nobody, like, I can only get 30%, then that's it, I don't want to go to school anymore. So remember, like when we give feedback, how to include and being inclusive and create this inclusive education, because that person probably did not meet, like the expectations, right? And it means we also only focus on to the failure, because when you get angry with your child, and saying that you're not studied enough, we were thinking about the 70% that the person missed, not the 30% that they achieve. Okay? The 30% that they achieve is actually what they can do, what they are good at. But we always feel that we need to give feedback about the things that they did not achieve. Okay? So it would be different if the feedback would be, wow, look at you. You got that 30% correct. How did you do that? Oh my, look at this. Your handwriting is so neat. How can you get that 30%? And that person will be proudly saying, oh, I actually can read this quick, and they give all the reason why they do well. Okay. And then if we're talking about the 70%, we probably don't even have to ask, because the person themselves will say, but, I work too slow, so then I don't have enough time to complete the other one. So that person, it doesn't mean that, they can't do the job, but they need more time. So then we know what's the problem. Okay, that's just one of the examples. And then, like these are all the key features of quality inclusion. Inclusion needs to have a good quality. It's not just allowing people to actually come and participate in any event, but it has to be a quality related. It's not just having people of different color in the school or in the workplace, and then you say that, oh, we already include everyone. It's not that, but the quality inclusion is very important. So if we go back to this positive behavior support. What does it mean? That's a big thing now in Australia, is to form, if we want to modify someone's behavior, like as a psychologist, we have to, face this situation, parents would ask, what be the strategy that you can do to help, my child challenging behavior so that he's no longer, getting this punishment from schools or so we have to form what we call PBS strategies. And PBS strategies begins with articulating what challenging behavior we want to see less of, and then setting the scene for success and fostering an inclusive environment. One of my autistic sort of adult client really want to love writing a card. She will say that this is birthday card, this is, like shopping list, this is, like a message for someone, but she's actually just scribbled, she didn't write any letters. But then she started to understand each letter if you spell it, like A, B, C, she knows it, right? But if she has to create a word of these letters, she couldn't do it. She can't do it, okay? So if, let's say, what do you want to say? I want to buy McDonald's, let's say. Then we just have to spell it. We say I space W, so we spell it for them. Why? It's okay. She wrote it and she already said it verbally. So that's a challenging behavior. We set the scene for success, okay? And not pushing them, okay, now you write yourself. I've told you how to write. It's not possible. Sometimes people have limitation. So that's what we need to know. And that's what we call positive behavior support. So if we provide this positive behavior support, we enhance the positive behavior learning. So then the person will learn happily, and then they will see that, oh, I actually achieved something. They can be very proud. The person who wrote, I want to have McDonald's, can't even read what she wrote, but she wrote, okay? So teachers and students both have, this is still in school, both have to give opportunity. Both have to think that we learn from all. It's not just teachers is the only person that other people needs to learn from, but we learn from all. Everyone matters, including me. Learn from the unspoken. Sometimes, there is a student who can't really say anything. How to include that? So when we talk about diversity and inclusion, it's not only about disability, okay? It's about anyone, like characters and attitude and how to include that. And then be with criticism is positive. So this is, let me show you an example, okay? There is these rules in this school, okay? They have the curriculum, the national curriculum say, school policy will need to think about, how to keep everyone safe. So it's be safe, be respectful, be responsible, and be a learner. So all these are, those are the 4 terms that is being given nationally. And they need to elaborate how they will do that at their school. Then, one school write it, like this. But what about, those people who don't even know how to read? Then they change it into a little bit more, interesting. Those who can read, but then those who can't read, probably just looking at the picture, they can guess what it's all about. But it is different for those who only understand about visuals, okay? For those who only understand about something by looking at visuals, looking at this symbol, then it becomes like this. And then if you even need to include a sequence, you can always create your guide, your policy in a different way. That's, of course, depend on what type of students you have in your school and what their needs are. And even, they break it into smaller, guide to help the student to understand. In this case, a lot of autistic people, will learn easy when they see the social story, okay? And that's for probably neurotypical, we just have, that's only one line, probably you need to respect people, like when they are walking, you in the classroom, you need to listen. That's what is actually being written. But for them, by looking at this, they know what the expectation. Yeah. This presentation is available for, for anyone who wants it, but, I'm just sharing. So at university level, there is the, Ibu Wulan, how much longer do I have?
Sorry, the committee remind me that you have 4 minutes.
4 minutes left? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll see this, but so this is like what we call a specialist mentoring program, where autistic individuals, when they go to universities, the university prepare buddy program. Okay, I'll just try to, hopefully it works. Can you hear?
The Curtin Specialist Mentoring Program is for students with an autism spectrum condition or related conditions to receive support from a postgraduate student who's been through university and knows how the system works. Like, I failed exams. I failed 2 exams and it was awful. It was terrible. And I never want to relive that experience over again. But if I didn't have my mentor and if I didn't have Jasmine Trees and if I didn't have that program, I probably would have just given up.
Well, one of the biggest issues of being autistic is that I found that I'm approach social situations, so it just helps you automatically meet with other people in the same scenario. It's a lot easier to bond over that and to make new friends.
So as a mentor, it's more specific to the individual. So it does vary from person to person, whether it's socially or just like communication, academic, anything related with university and outside life. We try to overcome some of those barriers by introducing strategies that has worked with us.
Well, it's definitely helped me manage my time here at university. I'm dealing with matters that I either find a bit complex, like particularly social matters, or just matters that I don't have the time to handle because I have a lot of work to do.
Now, for somebody with Asperger's specifically, I can use my experience. I didn't want to get to know anybody in my class. I wanted to do it all on my own, and I didn't want to see or talk to anybody. So the first year of uni was really actually quite boring for me. Didn't have any friends. I only had my helpers.
I mean, it's definitely the social aspect that I struggle with, and it's definitely what I've helped improve since I've been here. I feel a lot more comfortable in social situations after I've been going to here and attending all their various presentations on tips how we get better.
One big one that we're currently working on is helping with communication and, trying to kind of come up with strategies to decrease that anxiety that may be provoked during like social interactions. And a lot of the communication work.
Definitely.
Ya, jadi kita bisa lihat di sini tadi ya, teman-teman sekalian, what other universities prepared for welcoming, people with disability, or to include them in the process. Okay, so what about work culture? The same scenario, but this is at workplace. A lot of time, only the same person will get promoted, will be given tasks because the person is considered good, and they just don't want to, risk if an important task being given to someone who's not responsible, So that's why we think that, okay, much better to do it with, someone that we know. So in order to being inclusive, we need to open yourself up to new ways of doing things to lead inclusively. Let's say you mentor someone who is different from you. So if you choose, let's say a lecturer wants to be inclusive, please find someone that, from a different culture, from a totally different, a background, so that you can learn from each other. Okay, so that's what it means by being inclusive. And then let's say in school or workplace, give an assignment to someone other than the person that you normally go to. I used to work with this person. I know that he was working well, so I'm just going to give, like the person, like whatever that I think because I trust the person. So you need to build trust as well to someone else, and that's the reason why, like it's being inclusive at first place. Let's say also about promotion. We know that people who are ambitious, have, like good talent. They will easily go up to the ladder in their career, right? But what about someone who's shy, not, like participating? Probably because we don't give opportunity for them. Okay, so that's also something that leader need to do in order to implement inclusivity. Okay, and then asking someone that to go with like with you to, let's say, cafeteria. Usually you're going, you have your best friend to come with you, but next time you ask someone else. Okay, and that's how easy, but yet we all don't do it. And speak up if you hear inappropriate and disrespectful comment said to your presence. Let's say you hear someone saying that, oh, you're coming from this area, we know that you're not good. That is discrimination, that is racism, that is inappropriate. You need to actually speak up. Can you do that? And that's how the influence changes. And also, do not assume the answer. Let's say, like you want to ask this question and then you already guess, oh, that person will answer this way, because I know she's thinking that way. So, that's also, and if you ask the questions to the person that it's not going to support you or will say something against you, you're not going to get that. You're not going to ask that question to the person because the risk to you. Okay. So, commit to being consciously inclusive and respect these differences. And that's how you can work, in an inclusive place. So communication, inclusive language. Rather than saying ladies and gentlemen, you say people. Rather than saying normal, you say typical. Rather than say guys, you say teammates. Rather than, sorry about the bell ring because it's just next to me. And then like the minorities, you will say underrepresented. Okay. How we place self-imposed limits on the way we think. Sometimes we said, it's not for me. Let others do that. Why should I do it? But if you see it from this self-imposed limit, what am I actually able to do? What I think I can do? That's the bigger picture. But then you put it in a smaller sort of circle. What I want to or should do. Or the next would be what I am actually able to do. That if you can get to the smaller circle, then it means those are the things that please do. Okay. And then the self-imposed limitation sometimes because we thought that things are not going to go as what we expect, then we don't do. That's something that we need to basically try not to do it. Okay. And then discover that in many ways, people from different culture and background, they actually hold similar values and beliefs. We have common interests, even though we're not coming from the same place. We have different parenting. One is disabled, but probably we have the same sort of common interests. So the ability to influence change is right now. You're not waiting until when, but that's what you have to do right now. So in conclusion, if you see the inclusion revolution, this circle here, like you only gather with your own people and then leave other people outside of your circle, it's called exclusion. But when you actually segregate, you come with your people, but you are in the same room, but the other person is actually somewhere out there, it's called segregation. But if, let's say, you are in the same place, but still you're sitting next to the person that you only know, you don't want to sit with people who you don't know, that is integration still, but it's still not inclusive. Inclusion means you are blending with everyone. And unified will be achieved only when people who feel different didn't actually feel different. Only when people who are in the same room with different people don't see the difference, but they see the similarities. Are you ready? Hope so. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, nice presentation, Mbak Vivin. I always call her Mbak Vivin, and I know her birthday. Okay, now we
We have the
move to
same
the
birthday, Molan.
similar birthday with you. Okay, Mbak Vivin, I know that all participants wants to discuss with you, but because we have limited time and in Indonesia we have to Jumatan. We have okay. I will read one of the question from Mbak Penny from Unika Atmajaya. I will read it. Having the opportunity to see and compare the inclusion movement in Indonesia and Australia, what are your taking on the challenges that could move Indonesia inclusive movement better in the future?
Well, that's an easy question, but also a very, very hard to answer. Yeah. I think, we cannot wait. Just start from you, because inclusion start with I. That's actually, something that I want to actually get the movie, but, we don't have time. So inclusion start with I, right? Inclusion, I, right? So that's what you need to think in your mind. Am I being inclusive? And then, if let's say, the system are not, then the question would be, do I want to be included in the system so then I can make the policy? So it's about, people who embrace and see the benefit of being included and being inclusive. And it's not easy because it means the consequences, you need to change a lot of things. You need to change the toilet just for, a very specific. It's simple, Can you change the whole toilet in Indonesia to be inclusive? If you can, that's good. Okay. Can we change them and modify, let's say, car? So then your wheelchair can be, can be placed in a car without having to carry the person who's disabled, and people may fall because of that, right? We need to change, the pedestrian, right? Or entrance, even the building you're at. I don't know about Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Is it inclusive? Well, that's probably first thing you can do, to create this sustainability. Yeah.
We will check it, Bu Jo. And maybe Mercu Buana can invite you to their campus. Mbak Vivin, actually we have two questions.
Yeah.
But we have limited time. Maybe you can answer in 3 minutes. One of the question is about how the parents push the children to choose a choice that they didn't want actually. And the second one is bagaimana tentang equal employee opportunity in Indonesia, and especially it's about the age, because many institutions make recruitment based on the age. Would you explain or answer in a short answer,
sure.
maybe?
Yeah. Okay. Right. Equal opportunity. I'll go with that one first. Equal opportunity. Here we don't have age limit if you want to go to any, employment, because that's against the right. When people wants to work, they need to actually weigh themselves whether they are capable or not capable, and they have selection criteria, and what is interesting, even when you apply for a job, the selection criteria you need to address one by one. Let's say able to work at night, then you can write, I am living, very close by, and I can, work at night. So it's not just, it's a system change. Okay, so if you want equal opportunity, equal to who? Okay, and if it's equal in terms of age, then you need to change the pot. You need to change the criteria. Okay, and then well, I think because like our government probably have like when someone is called old, what do you call that, Wulan? Like an age, like sometimes like lansia. When is
Lansia.
someone? Yeah. When is someone goes into that category? Okay, but then like they never actually think those people with that category actually would probably be the most productive because they got the experience, they got the knowledge. They are mature
wisdom.
enough. They got the wisdom, but they already have to retire, and that, like does not actually help the young people. Here, when people got retired, they got two choices. One, do you want to be a coach? And it means coaching the new one, okay? And they will pay you by being a coach, okay? And it's all the equal opportunity. It's also like related to the person themselves, whether they want to pursue that or they think that it's equal for me like to work 40 years, and that's I have enough money to support me for my retirement. That means your pension, like whatever that you call in Indonesia, right, needs to have that ability. So then even you work until 55 years old and you need to retire, you have enough money, like to live the rest of your life. But if you give the person only UMR, will that be enough? And that's also a big homework for all of us. But again, like do not stop. Starts with I. Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Oh,
thank
the one
you.
more, the parenting, like with someone that
Yes.
doesn't want to do well, use PBS. So parent here, I think I'm so interesting in introducing more about PBS, positive behavior support, and how to say it well rather than like saying no. Let's say don't, or you need to do homework now, okay? But you can always say, I think I am going to do my work now. This is parent, okay? I think I'm going to do my work now, so then we can go to the movie together. What about you do your homework now, so then we can finish together? So it's the same, it's like like you need to do it differently. So then even though he doesn't like it, but my mom also said that she has to do things that she probably don't like it, but we want to go somewhere that we both like. That's just an example.
Yes, thank you. I hope Mbak Rose, Mbak Angela, you can have the explanation of your questions, and maybe if you need more discussion, you can do with Mbak Vivin in other time, or maybe you can invite her also to your workplace or to your campus. I think the time is enough now, and I have to referring back to the, sorry, I recheck. Oh, okay. The committee say thank you so much, Bu Jo, for your insightful explanation. Okay, I give the time back to the MC, or now I will present the certificate from Mbak Vivin. Please, the committee, if you want to share screen the certificate. Certificate is a symbol or photo voice because Mbak Vivin is one of my favorite lecture of photo voice. Please, committee.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Go, please, committee, if you want to share the certificate.
I think I've seen that certificate
Ah,
already. Yeah,
okay,
thank
already?
you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Mbak Vivien. Have
thank
a
you.
nice and safe flight. I heard that you're
Yes.
going to USA.
Oops. Well, yeah. See you next time.
See you, Mbak Vivien. And then
Bye.
okay, I give the screen and time to the master of the ceremony. Okay, what the program now after Bu Vivien? Ah, okay, please. Ah, okay.
All right. Thank you so much, dear moderator, Dr. Nimadi Swastiwulanyani, and also the speaker, Dr. Josephine M. Ratna. Thank you so much for this third session. Yeah, that's really impactful for us. And yeah, that's super enlightening and really enjoyable session.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we will now break for Friday prayers and lunch. We will come back after the break in the next session. We will resume the conference at 1 p.m. So thank
Thank you
you
and
and
see you later.
Indonesia. As a nation with 260 million inhabitants and 1,340 ethnic groups, provides a great opportunity in producing good human resources for human welfare. Makassar is the province of South Sulawesi, which is well known as the 5th largest city, also becoming the area of Indonesian development in economic sector. Makassar, as a center of South Sulawesi province, consists of different races and tribes, become an open and tolerant city of various cultures. Bosowa Corporation, as one of the leading companies in East Indonesia, comes forward to fulfill the industrial needs since 1973 in automotive, mining, energy, financial, property, media, transportation, logistic, health, and education. Bosowa Company, since 2013, initiatively contribute to the development of human resources in East Indonesia, in which this initiative was came to realization with the establishment of Bosowa Education. Bosowa University was established in 1986 under Andi Sose Foundation and officially transferred to Bosowa Education Management with total 12,000 active students and 26,000 alumni. Among 100 top universities in Indonesia, Bosowa University provides opportunity for students to continue their higher education in 9 faculties: Economic, Social and Politics, Agriculture, Engineering, Letters, Law, Teacher and Education Department, Psychology and Medical. 26 undergraduate programs.
Lagi ya guys.
Seven postgraduate programs, and 1 doctoral program. Bosowa University is not only focused on monologue lectures in the empowerment of practical skills, as well as students' knowledge improvement in society, and to contribute to economic development, implementing information-based technology and education system. Put forward global insight for alumni to result skillful human resource for industries.
In here, we are free to exchange ideas between students and lecturers. We're free to express our talents and interests.
Studying at Bosowa University provides different experience for me. Here, we are given by the opportunity to learning in several industry and also several university.
We are required to be creative, blend with the development of the era to give the best innovation from hard work.
Facilitate students to develop their talent and interest in Bosowa University and provide space for creativity and productivity, both academic and non-academic field. To to improve three pillars in higher education, which is known as Tridharma. Bosowa University works together with private companies, government, and education institutions within and overseas level.
Universitas Maranatha memiliki akreditasi yang bagus dan juga fasilitas yang sangat lengkap.
Maranatha itu bagus dan ekspektasinya keren untuk berkuliah di sini.
Dan alasan saya memilih kampus ini karena menurut saya kampus ini sangat bagus dan juga sangat terkenal di Indonesia maupun di provinsi saya.
Hello, I'm Jessica. I come from Taiwan. I very enjoy my life in here.
I'm so happy I can study here. I think Maranatha is like a home.
Learning in Maranatha is fun and interesting.
Everyone is very friendly. Studying in Maranatha is my very good experience. Thank you very much.
Jadi ilmu yang saya dapat dari Maranatha setelah lulus itu enak banget buat diterapin ke tempat kerja saya sekarang. Pokoknya saya benar-benar sangat menerapkan ilmu yang saya pelajari di kampus untuk ke dunia kerja saya sekarang kepake banget.
Nothing is impossible, and if that you work hard and you put all your effort on it, you're gonna get exactly what you wish for, and if you do what you love, then you won't have to work a day for it.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Conference on Psychology 2024. So we come back again and we're going to the next session for today's event. So how is it, Henry?
But before we going to the fourth session, we will watch the band performance providing by us. Enjoy the band performance.
If I had to live my life without you need me, the days would all be empty. The night would seem so long. With you I see forever so clearly. I might have been in love before, but I never felt this wrong. Our dreams are young and we know they take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world might change my whole life too, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love would lead the way for us. Guiding star, I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share with you. I have you said forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought I want my life to be, to live with you, to live with you. There's a way, and everybody say, to do every little thing. But what does it bring if I ain't got you? I ain't got you. Baby, you don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. In my mind, see your face again. I know my friend of mine. You are the piece of light. Oh, I'm blind, so blind. I'm a man. Can you see what I am? I live and breathe for you. But what good does it do if I ain't got you? I ain't got you. Baby, you don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. Baby, you don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love you. You don't know what it's like. Baby, you don't know what it's like to love somebody, to love somebody the way I love
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's really boosts our mood for go to the next session, right?
Exactly. And we hope that the audience not feel sleepy with this session because we move to the fourth session in this event. And I'm so excited to learn new things, the materials from our awesome speakers. And then now I'd like to introduce the moderator for the fourth session, which is Padmawati Taibe, PhD from Bosowa University. Okay, Henry, do you mind to read the curriculum vitae of the moderator?
Yeah, of course. I will read the curriculum vitae or CV for Padmawati Taibe as PSE MA MSc PhD. She is the Dean of Psychology Faculty of Bosowa University. Her last educational background is doctoral degree from Applied Psychology, School of Psychology, Central China, Normal University, Wuhan, Hubei, China, in year 2021. Her last publication is Konsep Diri Orang Indonesia Keturunan Tionghoa, but in the year of 2019, and the role of intrinsic goal orientation on medical and allied health students, deep learning approach in 2018.
Wow, sounds great. Okay, next, our speakers for this fourth session is Professor Anastasia Psalti from the University of Macedonia, Greece. For the moderator, please lead this session. Times is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants. So I will welcome to the second international conference on psychology, ICOP. Next, we will have the four sessions now. So let me allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eva, and I'm honored to serve you as your moderator for these sessions. So these sessions will explore about Greek motherhood in cultural norms and academic perspective, which will be presented by Professor Anastasia Psalti. So it's my pleasure to introduce her as a keynote speaker today. She's also my professor when I was studying in Thessaloniki. So it's really a wonderful reunion for me today with her. So Professor Anastasia Psalti is a professor in Department of Educational and Social Policy at University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece. And she also, as a psychologist, a school psychologist, which I know that she's expertise in early child educations. And she also participated in funded research programs in Erasmus program, which is promoting teacher well-being through positive behavior support in early childhood educations. And then operational program, human resource development, education, and lifelong learning, 2014 until 2020. And also European Daphne project, Tebi Travels in Europe, 2014. A lot of also, she's a member in a scientific association, which is also in the International Society of School Psychologists, Hellenic Psychological Society, Psychological Society of Northern Greece, and Research Network for the study of social inclusion, equity, and psychosocial support of LGBTQ people of the Laboratory of Applied Psychology, Patheon University of Social and Political Science, and founding member of the Hellenic Association of School Psychology. Also, she's a member of committee as a chairman of the undergraduate program committee of Department of Education and Social Policy, University of Macedonia, 2022 until now, and chairman of the undergraduate curriculum committee of the Department of Early Childhood Education and Care. Also, she is a deputy chair of the Department of Early Childhood Education and Care of the International Hellenic University since 2013 until 2022. Also, she a lot of have teaching experience in higher education institution, which I met her in Alexander Technological Institute, and now she's in Macedonia University. And also she participated in training programs, supervision of thesis and dissertation, student advisor of the Department of Preschool Education. And she also published many articles in a reputable journal, and also as a reviewer in edited book, and also reviewer in journal publication. I think because when I have to read all the CV of Professor Anastasia would take a longer. So I think that's a short break about Professor Anastasia Fpsi. So it is my pleasure to join to welcoming Professor Anastasia. Hello, Professor. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's nice.
So this is the second time we meet.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
It's morning for me, but good afternoon to you. Thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I know that in Greece now, in Thessaloniki, around 9 p.m., I think.
Yes, it's 9:18, yes, in the morning.
Yes. So yeah, good morning for you. And without any further ado, so I please you to present your paper in a good mothering in Greece, exploring cultural norms and academic perspective. So it's going to interesting for me also personally, and also for the audience, about how to see the Greek mother. I mean, in a perspective, in a cultural perspective, and also in academic perspective. So please, tell us, it's yours.
Yeah. Do I share my screen with you, or do you upload it?
Oh, I think the host will be
okay.
Share. Maybe please the comment there. Okay, wait a minute. They're going to. Okay. So this guy.
Okay.
All right.
Will I be able to change the slides, or do I have to say next slide, please? I'm not sure.
I think so you have to give some signs like next slide if you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you, Padma, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here and talk about good mothering in Greece. I will explain what it means. My presentation, I believe, aligns with the overarching theme of the conference. Specifically, this presentation delves into the intricate societal expectations and cultural norms surrounding motherhood in Greece, illustrating how these factors influence women's roles and well-being. The exploration of motherhood within the Greek context, including the impact of socioeconomic factors, gender roles, and demographic challenges, resonates with the conference's aim to understand community well-being through a cultural and demographic lens. Furthermore, the presentations focus on the pressures faced by mothers and the importance of supportive policies and societal changes reflects the conference's goal of promoting sustainable development and thriving communities. This connection underscores the necessity of culturally informed psychological practices to address the unique challenges and enhance the mental health and well-being of communities in an era of rapid technological and social change. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Yes, no, the previous one. Previous? No, it's the one with the pictures. This one, yes, thank you. Before I begin, let me say a few things about where I come from. The port of Thessaloniki, which is up in the map, I don't know if you can see it. It's the second largest city in Greece, and it's in the north of the country, as I said before. And in the bottom picture, you see the waterfront of Thessaloniki and the landmark building of the city, which is the Wyatt Tower. It's a building from the 15th century, and it's a monument and a museum. So you have an idea of where I come from and what my city looks like. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you. The concept of the good mother is deeply embedded in what is called a hegemonic motherhood, a social construct that places pressure on women to conform to specific standards. Feminist theorists have long challenged these dominant understandings, arguing that they perpetuate gender inequality. The good mother is typically portrayed as a heterosexual, married, and economically dependent woman who prioritizes her children's needs above all else. These societal expectations place significant pressures on women to conform to this ideal. The concept of the good mother is not uniform. It varies across different contexts and is influenced by factors such as class, race, and sexuality. These variations create complex and sometimes contradictory pressures on women. Next slide, please. Still on some general information about the good mother ideal. Working mothers in particularly face unique challenges as they navigate the demands of both career and family life. Societal expectations often create a dichotomy between being a good mother and a good worker, leading to significant tensions. Media representations and government policies play crucial roles in shaping and reinforcing the ideals of the good mother. These representations often perpetuate stereotypes and place additional pressures on women to meet certain standards. Next slide, please. Let's talk about Greece in particular. And I'll give you some demographics of families in Greece. As of 2024, Greece's population is approximately 10.3 million, with a continued slight decline in population growth due to low birth rates and a high mortality rate, exacerbated by an aging population. The current birth rate stands at around 8.5 births per 1,000 people, while the death rate is higher at about 11.5 deaths per 1,000 people. Next slide, please. Some more information about fertility rates and first-time mothers. The total fertility rate in Greece is relatively low, consistent with broader European trends. As of 2022, Greece's total fertility rate was 1.43 children per woman, reflecting a slight increase from previous years, but still below the EU average, the European Union average. The mean age of women at the birth of their first child in Greece has been increasing. As of 2022, the average age for first-time mothers in Greece was around 31 years of age. This trend towards later motherhood is seen across Europe and is associated with various socioeconomic factors, including career considerations and access to reproductive health care. These statistics highlight ongoing demographic challenges in Greece, including an aging population and a relatively low birth rate, which have implications for the country's future population dynamics and socioeconomic planning. Next slide. The average family size in Greece has been decreasing over the years, reflecting broader European trends. The country has seen a significant shift from traditional extended family structures to nuclear families and single-person households. Next slide. Let's do some history on Greek motherhood. Historically, motherhood in Greece has evolved significantly. Ancient Greek mythology and traditions placed mothers in revered positions, often linking them with divine attributes. Over the centuries, maternal roles have adapted to societal changes, reflecting shifts in family structure and cultural values. In Greece, women gained the right to vote in 1952. This was a significant step towards gender equality. During the military junta, conservative values and traditional family roles were promoted and emphasized. The 80s saw legislative changes that improved women's rights and altered family dynamics, such as the legalization of contraception and divorce. Moving on. The traditional role of mothers in Greek society has been one of reverence and respect, as I have already mentioned. This iconic status is deeply rooted in cultural and religious traditions, where mothers are often likened to holy figures such as the Virgin Mary. This role encompasses both a moral and a social dimension, making motherhood a pivotal aspect of Greek identity. The Greek Orthodox Church significantly influences societal values, emphasizing the role of mothers and family. Media representations often reflect traditional views of motherhood, reinforcing societal expectations. Public perceptions are shaped by cultural ideas, with mothers seen as primary caregivers and central figures in the family. Next. Some more information about cultural norms and values. Greek cultural norms strongly influence the role of mothers. Key cultural values related to mothering in Greece include the emphasis on family unity, respect for the elders, and the nurturing role of mothers. Traditional gender roles often place mothers as primary caregivers and moral educators within the family. There is one important concept in Greece called meraki, which means doing something with soul, creativity, and love, that is often applied to motherhood. Women need to mother with meraki, with love, with creativity, with soul. Otherwise, they're not considered good mothers. Modern Greek mothers navigate a delicate balance between upholding traditions and embracing contemporary societal changes. Greek society, as I have already mentioned, places high expectations on mothers, often expecting them to embody the ideal of selfless caregiving. These societal pressures can lead to feelings of inadequacy and stress among mothers who struggle to meet these ideals. These expectations are internalized and influence mothers' self-perception and behavior. Moving on. Another important aspect of mothering in Greece is mothers' involvement in their children's education. Education is highly valued in Greek culture, and parental involvement is seen as crucial. Mothers play a significant role in supporting their children's educational journeys, often taking on the role of tutors and moral guides. However, this involvement comes with challenges, especially when balancing educational support with other responsibilities. Moving on. Next, yes. Let's talk about childcare in Greece. Informal childcare, often provided by grandparents, is common due to limited formal childcare options. State and employer-supported childcare is minimal. According to UNICEF, 70.9% of children between the ages of 0 and 3 did not receive any formal childcare in 2022. Only 20.4% received formal childcare for 30 hours or more per week. Grandparents and extended family members are crucial in supporting working mothers by providing informal childcare. Next, please. Interpersonal relationships play a crucial role in the mothering experience. As I already told you, extended families, mostly grandparents, play a vital role in child rearing. Multi-generational households offer support and stability, though they can also bring challenges related to differing parenting styles and expectations. The extended family's involvement is often seen as a strength, providing a robust support network for mothers. However, modern mothers also face challenges in balancing these relationships with their own needs and aspirations. Moving on. Thank you. Contemporary Greek mothers face many challenges, including economic pressures, social expectations, and professional demands. Later on, I will discuss the difficulties in balancing work and family life, particularly in the context of economic instability and changing labor markets. It's worth mentioning here, though, that the 10-year economic crisis has exacerbated challenges for Greek mothers, impacting family planning and financial stability. It has also resulted in reduced access to social services and increased financial stress. Many couples delay or reconsider having children due to economic uncertainty. Extended family networks become even more crucial during financial hardship, providing the essential support needed. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about motherhood and employment. In the workforce, traditional gender roles prevail, with men typically being the primary breadwinners and women handling most household duties. Working mothers face significant challenges balancing career and family responsibilities. Greece provides a comprehensive maternity leave policy for new mothers. Women are entitled to 17 weeks of paid maternity leave divided into 2 phases, 8 weeks before childbirth and 9 weeks after. This leave is fully paid at the employee's regular salary rate. Additionally, mothers can extend their leave by 6 months of special maternity leave, bringing the total potential maternity leave to 43 weeks. During this extended period, compensation is equivalent to the minimum daily wage plus social insurance payments. Fathers in Greece, on the other side, are entitled to 14 working days of paid paternity leave, which can be taken either shortly before or after the birth of the child. This leave is fully paid and does not depend on the father's length of employment or marital status. For childcare, parents can take up to 4 months of parental leave until the child reaches 8 years of age. This leave can be taken continuously or intermittently as agreed with the employer. Additionally, parents are entitled to a reduction in daily working hours by 1 or 2 hours for up to 30 months following the birth or adoption of a child, providing flexibility for childcare. This is the law. This is what is written in the law. The reality is somewhat different. Moving on. Since we are in an international conference and a lot of us are academicians, I want to say a few things about academic mothers and the challenges that they face in Greece. In particular, I'm going to talk a little bit about a study that explored the dual roles of women in Greece, focusing on the intersection of motherhood and academic careers. This study examined how societal expectations and class influence the performance of these roles. Participants were selected from various academic institutions in Greece and participated in semi-structured interviews. Key findings revolved around 4 major themes: performance of good motherhood, academic roles, intersection of roles, and class influences. In terms of good motherhood, women in our study said that they're expected to prioritize family and children, often resulting in a conflict between professional and personal identities. Good motherhood is closely tied to intensive parenting and constant availability. On the other hand, female academics face additional pressures to conform to traditional gender roles. Success in academia is often perceived through a masculine lens, valuing competitiveness and long hours, and this contradicts their motherhood role. In terms of the intersection of roles, balancing these roles requires significant emotional and physical labor. Women employ various strategies to manage expectations, such as flexible working hours and external help. In terms of class influence, middle and upper class women have more resources to negotiate these roles, such as hiring domestic help. Things are different for working class women who face greater challenges due to limited resources and support systems. Next slide, please. Balancing work and family life is a major challenge for all Greek mothers, working mothers, not only academicians. The transition from traditional to modern societal norms has added layers of complexity to the mothering role. Employment provides financial stability, but can also add stress and reduce time spent with family. To cope with these pressures, mothers rely on community support, grandparents mostly, and various coping strategies. Effective coping mechanisms include seeking social support, practicing self-care, and engaging in reflective practices. Next slide, please. What happened during the COVID-19 pandemic that brought significant changes to daily life, particularly for working mothers? In 2021, we conducted a study that aimed at understanding how working mothers in Greece conceptualized good motherhood during the pandemic. Participants included 8 working mothers from various parts of Greece who participated in semi-structured interviews. Working mothers not only had to deal with a new working reality, but they also saw their daily life change dramatically. New, increased roles and responsibilities were placed on them, with children being at home. They became teachers, psychologists, and entertainers, to name a few roles, along with doing all the housework, which intensified their stress and feelings of loneliness and entrapment. This multiplicity of roles and responsibilities, centering around the well-being of the child, reflects the ideology of intensive motherhood, a term coined by Hayes in 1996, which requires women to be mothers before and above anything else. Women who participated in our study felt that they were not being good mothers, no matter how hard they were trying, due to exhaustion and lack of help. Working mothers did not feel even good enough mothers, to remember the Winnicott term, during the pandemic, despite being present at home with their children, as their work took precedence and did not allow them to be attentive to their children's needs. It is once again the working mother's fault that they fail and their responsibility to try even harder. Working mothers once again have to struggle to meet the impossible expectations of the intensive motherhood ideology and get blamed for failing to live up to this. Next slide, please. As we saw, the gap between social and professional constructs of motherhood and the actual experiences of mother is widening. As societal norms continue to evolve, there is a pressing need for a re-evaluation of how motherhood is perceived and supported both socially and professionally. Recognizing the voices and experiences of mothers is crucial in bridging this gap, ensuring that constructs of motherhood reflect the complexities and realities of contemporary life. Emerging trends suggest a gradual shift towards more supportive environments for mothers. We must stress the importance of recognizing and supporting the diverse experiences of mothers, acknowledging both the traditional reverence and the modern challenges they face. Some recommendations include enhancing support systems, promoting work-life balance, and addressing health and well-being. Continued research and policy development are necessary to better support Greek mothers in their multifaceted roles. Next one, please. I would like to conclude this short presentation with this quote, which stresses the importance of paying attention to mothers and the burdens that society keeps on placing on their shoulders. The quote says, "The long-term impacts of the pandemic on women, their activities, their locations, their identities, their livelihoods, and their well-being are still very uncertain. But it is clear that this new normal is a more intense version of the old normal, and mothers are not faring well, even if they are resilient and persistent." The next slide, please. These are my references, and the last one. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have questions, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. All right, so I will open the question and answer session. So please, for all the participants who has questions for Professor Anastasia, to raise hand or write the questions on chat box. Okay, so there is questions from Ashifa. Please, please. Maybe you can unmute your Miss Ashifa. Okay. Okay, can you? Okay, please.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
First of all, my name is Shiva and I'm a psychology student at Marcubana, Yogyakarta. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the great presentation. So, as you mentioned earlier that the good mother ideal usually captured as heterosexual mom. So my question is, how do cultural norms and academic perspective on motherhood in psychology affect the experience of LGBTQ plus mothers, and what impact do this perspective have on understanding and supporting non-heterosexual maternal identities? That's
Yeah.
my question. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. This
Miss.
is a great question, and thank you for asking that. As you understand, non-heterosexual mothers are beyond the cultural norms. And at least in Greece, we just recently passed a law that allows same-sex couples to get married and have children. Although we had a lot of same-sex couples in Greece, but they were not considered legal. So it's a new thing for the Greek society, and we haven't started researching the impact on families and on non-heterosexual motherhood. So I don't have any information from Greece to report. But I think you can realize that being on the fringes of society, when you're not accepted as a real entity, and people have very strong feelings about non-heterosexual people and non-heterosexual couples, this creates a lot of problems in the way you experience your motherhood. However, I don't have the scientific information to support what I'm saying. It's my feeling from my studies and from talking with people in Thessaloniki. Maybe in the next conference, because this is an issue that I started researching, I can give you more specific information. But this is a great question, and it's something that is of great interest to me.
All right. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Ms. Ashifa. And I think I can still open for 2 questions more. Please, if you have another questions, raise your hands or you can write in the chat box. There is. Okay, seems like no one more.
I was very clear.
I think that we have facing through the same problems here in Indonesia. Also, we have, but in Greece, they have specific how exactly to be ideal mother according to the culture. But then here's also, yes, of course, you have to raise your kids, means always have a time for your kids. But in other hands, the society also push you to working as a mother, have a good career. So this is kind of dilemma for us. So yeah, so I think it could be nice to have a cross-cultural study between Greece and Indonesia, because I think it's quite similar culture. When I was studying also in Greece, I feel the same. The way mother treated us as a kids, and also it's quite similar in our culture.
Yeah.
So
That's a good idea, Iva. I would love to have a cross-cultural study on mothering and motherhood in the post-pandemic era, because things have changed a lot.
Yes.
I feel like we made steps backwards because of the pandemic. So we need to redefine motherhood and help women.
Yeah, also many women, they decided not to marry, or they delay their marriage and or delay to have a child. So I think that's a new trend nowadays in over the world. I think this is also in Indonesia. Also, I think in Greece there is Orthodox, a very strong. In Indonesia also we like a Muslim Islam is very strong. So this is quite nice to see how
religion impacts the ideals. I
Yes.
totally agree with you.
Yes. Oh, maybe okay. I still giving a time for another questions. There is okay. Is there? It seems like to be clear.
That's good. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Oh, there is another questions. Okay.
Okay.
From F. Dayani Angga Wijayanto. So he's asking, dear Professor Salty, Salty. Thank you for the amazing presentation. I would like to ask about your idea according Gen X, Z, and Alpha that relate with the parenting. How do you think about the concept and especially in Greece framework?
Yeah. Oh, that's another great question, but that's another topic for research, because we just now starting to study Gen X, especially Gen Z and Alpha, because Gen Zers are beginning to become parents now. So we don't have information in Greece about the Gen Zers and their relationship with the social media and how social media is used to raise children and to define the roles of motherhood. I have some preliminary research done on sharing, parents sharing information about their children on the social media, and mommy blogs, mothers who write blogs and give advice to other mothers. But these are just some first ideas and some first information that I gather from my studies. I think it's a very interesting topic, because what I see is that a lot of women are influenced who are younger and belong to Gen X and Gen Z. They are influenced by social media, and they rely on mother influencers and other people who offer advice and show bits of their lives over the internet. So this is again another huge area of research, because I would like to see how this is gonna evolve. I don't know how things are in Indonesia, but here young women, young mothers rely a lot on information that they get from mommy blogs, from influencers, from social media, and they still have to balance the traditional role with these societal changes. So it's going to be a very exciting period, very bumpy, very hard. But that's, again, another great area of research. People are very good with their questions, because they pinpointed the two main research areas that I'm interested in. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, Professor. Yeah, I think that's quite interesting for a Gen Z because they become parents today. And I see many young mother, they try to fulfill, they try to follow any rules from the internet, like it's kind of the ideal things. And also, the internet from many culture, I think mostly from Westerns, like you cannot say no to your kids, like, and this is makes them little bit stressful in somehow because sometimes it's really difficult to practice. So I made many young mothers. They say like it's impossible to be like an ideal mother according to the mommy blogs. I mean, from the internet, and that's I think also could be a nice idea to research. Okay, another thing, this is in Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, I will try to translate.
Yeah.
Yes. And bagaimana cara menanggapi apa orang katakan atau kritik? Okay, how you exactly, they asking more practical things here, like how to protect yourself or how to react from others' opinions related to the way you parent, raise your kids or to be parenting to your kids. So that's because there are many different terms in order to parent your kids. So that's the questions.
Yeah. No, I can totally empathize with people who feel that they have to listen to all these different ideas and address all these different opinions, but it's impossible to do that. And there's no better person for a child than his or her own parent to decide on the child. It's okay to listen to other people's views, and it's okay to read, and it's okay to get information, but at the end, you are responsible for prioritizing this information and see how this information fits with your culture, with your family values, with yourself. So I strongly believe that every mother, every father needs to take a good look at herself or at himself and decide what they want for their child, what is important for them, how they are gonna achieve this, and then use all the information that they get to make decisions. We don't have to apologize to other people for our decisions unless our decisions are harmful to the child. Because if you listen to everybody's opinion, then you end up doing nothing, and your child and yourself are gonna suffer. So it's not very easy not to listen and not to feel personal about, not to take them personally. But I think it's important, first of all, to ask yourself what kind of parent I want to be and what I want for my child. What are my values? And then incorporate other people's advice and information.
All right.
If I understood the question correctly.
That's the thing. So buat Ibu Angela, tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal dari atau opini pendapat orang lain, tapi bertanyalah kepada diri Anda sendiri mengenai kira-kira value yang terkait dengan bagaimana sih cara mendidik anak ibu nantinya kayak gitu. Saya pikir saya speak bahasa, I continue to speak bahasa.
It happens when you try to translate back and forth. It happened to me many times.
Yes, that's following the previous questions. Also, quite interesting for me about the support systems from especially the grandparents. Yeah, usually they as co-parenting with the parents.
Exactly.
So they stay because they're different generation with the parents, and also they have the different way. So this could be a little bit difficult for parents, especially they want to like apply rules for the kids, and so
exactly.
But yeah, nowadays also in Indonesia, many young parents, they go to their grandparents, I mean, to raise the kids. So what do you think about this, Professor?
Yeah, well, it's really helpful to have a supportive system, community that can help you out in times of need. because of the scarcity of childcare institutions and services. We're not very good in Greece with that, because still a lot of people rely on grandparents and the extended family, and they strongly believe that it's better for a child to be raised by grandparents and other family members than to go to a preschool. Things are changing, but still this is the case. But I think it's difficult for grandparents also, because they have, most of them just retired from their work. There are a lot of people who are still working, and they want to do things for themselves. They want to enjoy life. They raised their children, and now they have to raise their grandchildren. So I think there needs to be a balance, because a lot of times young parents face many challenges because of the different rules from one household to the other. So you need to be very specific and very clear with the child that, you know, when you go, this is what I did with my daughter, actually. When you go to grandma and grandpa's house, these are the rules, but in our house, we have these rules. Because children have to be able to adapt to different rules, because different rules apply in different settings. So it's a good learning opportunity. If your parents or grandparents cannot agree with you on how to raise a child, it can be really confusing, and it's a constant struggle, but you need to be very clear and set boundaries.
Okay. So I think that's the key. I mean, this is really giving me insight because we cannot say don't do this to our parents, for our kids. So it means that we make it clear to our kids, to our children, like, okay, this is the rule in your grandpa house, and this is the rule in our house. So that's the great idea. I mean, this is important to make it clear, the boundaries, and it's really insightful. Thank you for
Thank you. It doesn't
enlightening
work
me.
very well most of the time, but at least you try, and you know that your child knows what happens in its household.
Yes.
And what's important. That's why I talked about values, knowing your values and knowing what's important for you as a parent.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. So we still have like 7 minutes or 10 minutes, maybe. Maybe there is another questions. I still open one. Oh, if not, all right. I think there is no question more. Thank you, Professor Anastasia Fpsi D. Thank you for your really wonderful speech today. And on behalf of the psychology faculty, Mercu Buana University, Udayana University, and Boswa University, also Christian Maranatha University, I would like to extend our gratitude, thanks to Professor Anastasia Fpsi D for her enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. I think we have a lot of idea now to do research and collaboration, especially. So it's I think maybe I would ask the committee. How about we have a certificate? Okay, I will give. Okay, so it is my honor to present this certificate of appreciation to Professor Anastasia Fpsi D as token of our gratitude. Thank you very much, Professor. Evkaristo para puli.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It was such a great pleasure to be here and connect with you once again and listening to the wonderful questions. Please do keep the lines of communication open, and I'll be happy to see you again.
Yes, I still have one thing that I have to send you. Yes.
Okay.
But I will do it later. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. And I think this is the last participating in our sessions today. Once again, thank you very much for your
Thank you. And
presentations,
thank you for your attention and for the wonderful conversation and for inviting me to be here today.
Yes. Karisto, parang boleh.
Parakalo. Good luck to the rest of your conference.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. I will say goodbye to you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Professor.
Bye. Yeah.
All right.
Well, this thing has ladies and gentlemen. Here we go again. Thank you, Mrs. Padmawati, for your time to moderating fourth session. We are very honored and thank you for the extraordinary speakers. We are very satisfied with the material that has been delivered about the good mothering. That's very informative and insightful. Remembering that I will be a mother someday. You know that. What do you think about that? Are you feeling proud or what?
I'm so happy for today, and yeah, it's very enlightening for the speaker and also the moderator is also fabulous.
Exactly, I'm very proud to be your host and hear the materials for today's event. Thank you so much for the speakers. You're very awesome. So what's next, Henry?
Okay, so for the next, we will enjoy the band performance. They will present some music. Before we're going to the fifth session, we will enjoy some of music performance.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, please enjoy.
So excited.
Everyone can see there's a change in me. They all say I'm not the same kid I used to be. Don't go out and play. I just dream all day. They don't know how I would be, and I'm just trying to say it's my first love. What I'm dreaming of when I got to bed, way I lay my head upon my pillow. Don't know what to do. My first love thinks that I'm too young. He doesn't even know. Wish that I could show him what I'm feeling. 'Cause I'm feeling my first love. We were on the wall. Does he care at all? Will he ever notice me? Could he ever fall? Tell me, Teddy bear, why loving so unfair?
Wow, that's really good performance, isn't it?
Actually, the beautiful singers from the band performance, right?
Okay, so for the next, we have Rosalie Kezia Ausi, PSI Psycholog from Maranatha Christian University, who will moderate this session. That is session 5. So Sandra, can you read the curriculum vitae?
Oh, it's already session 5?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you. Actually, Mrs. Rosalie officially come to Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. So, Rosalie Kezia Ausi MPSI Psycholog is lecturer at Maranatha Christian University and educational background, master degree from Master of Adult Clinical Psychology Universitas Indonesia 2021 and bachelor degree from Faculty of Psychology Maranatha Christian University 2017. And the publication, The Rule of the Loneliness and Self-Compassion as Predictor of Depressive Symptoms in College Students, 2021. And also the speakers in Inner for the Trans Luxury Hotel Bandung Self-Love Dialogue. The theme is Let's Talk About Mental Well-Being 2024. Okay. What is it, Henry?
Okay, so our speaker for this session is Dr. James Edumoniel Edupoler from Ambrose Ali University, Nigeria. For the moderator, please lead the session.
Okay, I can't wait to learn about the materials.
All right, thank you for the MCs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As announced before, I'm Rosalie Kezia Ausi from Maranatha Christian University, and I will be the moderator for this session. So for this session, we will have Dr. James Edomoni Edupoler as our speaker. Hi, Dr. James. Okay, maybe Dr. James is in the process to join us. So for Dr. James, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name right. Please correct me later. First, I will introduce Dr. James. Dr. James will do his presentation titled Unveiling the Nexus, the Salient Role of Sustainable Community Development in Promoting Sustainable Community Well-Being. He will be presenting his presentation for 35 minutes. And after that, for the attendees who are curious and have some questions to ask, we will allow you to deliver the question during the Q&A session. So first, let me introduce our speaker, Dr. James, through his curriculum vitae. Dr. James Finn. Hi, Dr. James.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you?
Hi, Dr. James. I can hear you clear. Can you hear my voice? All right. Maybe while we are waiting for Dr. James, I'm going to continue to read the curriculum vitae first. So, Dr. James finished his bachelor's. Hi, Dr. James.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, okay. Can you see me over there?
Actually, I cannot see your videos right now. Maybe for the computer, can you guys see Dr. James' video?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, but I cannot see your video.
Technological issues. I'm having technological issues, so I'm just trying to.
All right.
Okay, please, can you shift my section a bit forward so that I can fix my technological issues?
Oh, all right. Actually, it is the last session. So,
oh, the last section.
Yes, it is.
Oh, we are just this very early in the morning in Nigeria. Oh. Okay, can I present without you people seeing me?
Wait, maybe I will try to confirm to the committee first. Dr. James, is that okay?
Okay. Can I present the paper without you people seeing me over there?
All right. Maybe I think the committee will reach out to you about this issue. And then is that okay if I'm presenting your CV first? Your curriculum vitae first?
Okay. Present my
That's all
CV
right?
first, okay?
All right. And then the committee
Yeah.
will reach out to you, right?
All right.
All right. Okay. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Dr. James.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. James finished his bachelor's degree at the Ambrose Ali University in 2009, and then he got his Master of Education from University of Benin in 2016, and then finished his doctoral degree in 2023 from Namdi Azikiwe University. He also finished his leadership diploma from Word of Bible Institute in 2011. As seen, he got several awards throughout his career. First, he got Bronze Award from the International Innovation Association for Researcher of Skills and Vocational Training Malaysia in 2021. He also awarded as the Best Lecturer of the Year from the Nigerian Universities Education Students Association of the Benson Idahosa University in 2018-2019, and he got a letter of commendation from the head of Department of Education, Benson Idahosa University in 2019. He was also given letter of commendation from the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Education, Benson Idahosa University in 2022. And last, he got Research Productivity Award from the Benson Idahosa University Directorate of Research and International Programs. And these are some of Dr. James' teaching and professional experiences. He worked as a clerical staff. He also worked as personal secretary or personal assistant at National Youth Service Corps in 2009-2010. He also worked as a front officer in 2011 at UI Grand Hotel, Nigeria. He was also a full-time teacher and body house master from March 2012 to May 2013 at Joyin Nursery Primary and Secondary School, Nigeria, and he is currently working as a full-time lecturer at Ambrose Ali University. As seen, he is also a member of several learned societies, which are Association of Business Educator of Nigeria, Association of Vocational and Technical Educators of Nigeria, National Association for Promoting Academic Research and Development in Nigeria, Forum of Educational Benchmarkers in Nigeria, and International Vocational Education and Training Association. So, Dr. James, do you get the information from the committee?
Hello?
Or do you, okay, from the committee, we are asking you maybe how long do you need to fix the technical problem?
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yes.
All right. Is that okay for the committee?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all right. Okay, maybe we can take a brief break for 10 minutes and then we will get back to the session. That's all right,
All right.
Dr. James?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your good conscience.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. James.
Thank you very much.
Psikologi merupakan fakultas yang menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul dan profesional, serta bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan masyarakat. Fakultas Psikologi memiliki 3 program studi, yaitu S1 Psikologi, Magister Psikologi, dan Magister Psikologi Profesi. Dengan visi menjadi unit pengelola program studi psikologi yang unggul dalam bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat yang bermanfaat untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat, serta berkiprah di kancah internasional pada tahun 2029. Misi Fakultas Psikologi 1. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi psikologi S1 Magister Psikologi Profesi, dan Magister Psikologi yang bermutu untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang profesional dan unggul dalam pengetahuan psikologi, asesmen, diagnosis, dan intervensi psikologi sesuai kewenangannya yang dapat berkiprah di tingkat nasional dan internasional. 2. Menyelenggarakan penelitian untuk pengembangan ilmu dan terapan di bidang psikologi untuk penyelesaian problematika dalam bidang psikologi dengan pendekatan komunitas. 3. Melaksanakan dan mengembangkan pengabdian kepada masyarakat guna membantu meningkatkan kesejahteraan untuk mewujudkan cita-cita Angudi Mulyaning Bangsa. 4. Menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta, institusi dalam dan luar negeri, untuk mendukung pelaksanaan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat. Program Magister Psikologi Profesi UMBY membuka bidang peminatan klinis, pendidikan dan PIO atau Psikologi Industri dan Organisasi, berdiri sejak tanggal 28 Juni 2005. Dengan memiliki visi menjadi program Magister Psikologi Profesi yang unggul dalam psikologi komunitas pedesaan di LLDP Wilayah 5, profesional, dan berwawasan global pada tahun 2029. Misi Magister Psikologi Profesi UMBY ialah 1. Menghasilkan lulusan pendidikan Magister Psikologi Profesi yang berwawasan global dan memiliki kepekaan dan kepedulian pada permasalahan psikososial di komunitas perdesaan. 2. Mengembangkan kajian permasalahan psikososial dengan menggunakan model kerangka ekologi secara interdisipliner dalam menganalisis dan merancang intervensi permasalahan di komunitas perdesaan. 3. Melakukan penelitian tindakan sebagai bagian dari intervensi komunitas secara kolaboratif dengan masyarakat dan para pemangku kepentingan dalam menjawab persoalan psikososial di komunitas perdesaan. 4. Mengembangkan strategi dan metode pendidikan masyarakat di komunitas perdesaan yang inovatif, berdasarkan riset dan dengan memanfaatkan teknologi.
All right, Dr. James. Hi, Dr. James. Can you hear me? Hello, Dr. James. Okay, we apologize for the technical issues and we are currently trying to connect to Dr. James. Hi, Dr. James.
That's enough for that. Should I be sharing? No, it cancels the images.
Hello, Dr. James.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm still on it because the rain, it rained heavily here in Nigeria. So
All
it's
right.
the technology is so truncated.
Okay. I think it's okay for you to start the presentation without activating your camera, your video. Are you okay with that?
Okay, let me see what I can do.
All right.
Let me see what I can do. I think it's just giving me concern.
All right. I think if it's okay with you, you can start your presentation without activating your video.
Okay, okay. You can hear me now, right?
Yes, I can hear your voice clear.
Okay.
All right. So
Sorry
yeah,
for the inconveniences.
yeah.
Yeah. All protocols duly observed. I want to appreciate all of you, especially Mrs. Patriwi and my liaison officer. I so much appreciate you people for this great and dynamic conference that you people organized. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dr. James.
You can hear me, okay. Yes, I considered it a great honor and privilege to be invited to speak at the second International Conference on Psychology with the theme Sustainable Community Wellbeing, from marginalized community to thriving communities. The conference is organized by the Faculty of Psychology, which was scheduled to launch today. Hope people can hear me very well over there. Hello, hope you can hear me over there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The title of my paper is Unveiling the Nexus, the salient role of sustainable community development in promoting sustainable community well-being. In September 25th, 2015, the world leaders formally adopted and declared the 2030 Universal Agenda for Sustainable Development and Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations General Assembly held in the United States of America as a blueprint to embark on a collective journey to achieve a more sustainable future for all individuals across the globe. The 2030 Universal Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals is a plan of action for people of prosperity that emphasizes the role of peace and collaboration in achieving sustainable development goals that leaves no one behind across the globe. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals comprise of 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 indicators, and are expected to be achieved in all the nations of the world, including Nigeria, by the year 2030. My moderator, hope you are hearing me over there. Hello?
Yeah, Dr. J.
All right. So I can go ahead, right?
Yes, you can go on.
The government of Nigeria in 2017 stipulated in its Sustainable Development document that Goal 3 of the agenda aim to ensure healthy lives and promote the well-being of all individuals. It further stipulated, can you hear me over there in Indonesia? Can you hear me over there? My moderator.
Yes.
Okay. It further stipulated the goal that it shall be targeted to ensure health and well-being for all at all ages by improving reproductive, natural, and child health, ending the epidemics of major communicable diseases, reducing non-communicable and environmental diseases, achieving universal health coverage, and ensuring access to safe, affordable, and effective medicines and vaccines for all. The aim is to improve reproductive, maternal, and child health. The goal and targets, as exemplified above, inform the need to address all health-related issues as the need to promote the overall well-being of people in all ages, including young people in marginalized communities. However, this situation is still at the top of developmental discourse in many developing countries across the world. Community well-being as a means of collective and continually improving where individuals are living, has become a pressing issue more than ever, especially after the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, despite great strides in improving people's health and well-being in recent years, there are still dramatic increase on the issue of depression and mental health among young people in various communities. For example, the World Health Organization in the year 2022 stipulated that, can you see me over there now? Hello?
No,
Moderator, can you see me over there?
I cannot see your video, but I can hear your voice.
Okay. Very soon I will be visible to everyone. The World Health Organization stipulated that depression and mental health issues are growing dramatically and could lead to suicide among young youths and adults in various communities. However, education has been greatly acknowledged. Not just education alone, skilled-oriented training programs has been greatly acknowledged as a core component of Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is specifically anchored on mental health and well-being of individuals, which means that experiential-oriented training program is directly related and central to the achievement and promotion of good health and well-being among young individuals in various communities. This implies that skill-oriented training programs are imperative to the achievement and promotion of good health and well-being among youngsters in various marginalized communities. This may account for why the UNESCO 2015 pointed out that Sustainable Development Goal 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote continuous learning, the kind of learning that's passed through immediately a child is born and after when a child leaves this earth. The goal focuses on the need to acquire relevant skills and knowledge, that is human capital, to function well and contribute to societal development. As noted in the above goal and target, there seems to be a nexus between sustainable community development and sustainable community well-being. For instance, when youngsters from various marginalized communities are well equipped with the requisite knowledge and skills, again, that is human capital, and assess the flow of social interactions, that is social capital, they would contribute to the development of marginalized community well-being and consequently support the well-being of people in marginalized communities. Therefore, sustainable community development may have a salient role to play in the life of young people. The decisions they make, the career paths, that is, when you say career path, that is in vocation and the continuous process of acquiring knowledge and skills through education and experiences, and their overall well-being as well. The concept of sustainable community development emerged from concept of sustainable development making the definition, the conceptualization of sustainable community development to be similar to the definition of sustainable development. Here, I would like to ask, moderator, please, hope people are hearing me clearly over there.
Yes, Dr. James.
Oh, thank you very much. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see your video now.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so happy. Well done. Extend my greetings to Mrs. Patriwi. One day I would love to come and see you people in Indonesia. And I would love you to extend this to your people, the great scholars in your faculty, that the alliance between Nigerians and Indonesians, we will try as much as possible to strengthen great collaborations between your institution, your university, and my university, okay? Thank you very much. So I continue my presentation. The obvious difference between them, that is sustainable development and sustainable community development, is reflected on their scope and focus. Where sustainable community development is characterized as a local concept, sustainable development is characterized as a global concept. Nevertheless, the World Commission on Environment and Development in the year 1987 defined sustainability as the development that meets the needs of present generations without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. What they are trying to conceptualize there is that sustainability is a special kind of development that helps to strike a balance between current youngsters in either marginalized communities or striving communities and the future youngsters. They are trying to, sustainability will try to strike a balance. That is to say, what we are benefiting now, future generations will also benefit from it. Sustainability, therefore, involves how people behave towards nature while preserving it for future generations. However, or rather, in addition, Yeburi 2011 stated that the term community is used as a comprehensive term referring to relationships, bonds, identities, interests that joins people together or give them a shared stake in a place, service, culture, or activities. However, distinctions are often made between communities of place and communities of identities or interests. The National Institute for Health and Clinical Excellence in the year 2008 conceptualized the term community as an umbrella term covering groups of people sharing a common characteristics or basic features or affinity, such as living in a neighborhood or being in a specific population group or sharing a common faith or experience. Communities identify issues and determine joint or collaborative actions to build healthy, sustainable, and more equitable communities, not a community that embraces gender disparities. Based on what I'm saying, I would love to point out here that Indonesia is a country I've seen that embraces gender sensitivity. Kudos to you people in Indonesia. Unlike Nigeria, where most of the managerial offices, institutions such like polytechnics, universities, and innovation enterprise institutions, male counterparts are dominant in terms of leadership positions. Great kudos to Indonesians, because I can see feminine resources dominating this conference. It therefore means that opportunity is being given to feminine resources to strive and to attain that leadership position. So I continue my slide. Development, on the other hand, is a concept that is linked to diverse meanings, interpretations, and theories from various scholars. Todaro and Smith viewed development as a certain process of promoting well-being, self-esteem, and freedom from social servanthood. Bringing the concept of sustainability, community, and development together, the speaker, Dr. James Edonwoye, can be seen and can define sustainable community development as a continuous expansion of a given community with advancement of social, economic, and political life of the members of such communities. In a long-term value, sustainable community development can be seen as a process which aims to address imbalance in power and bring about change founded on social justice, equality, and inclusion. So any society that is being acquainted with inequalities, it therefore implies that sustainable community development can help to strike a balance between such imbalances. So, sustainable community development implied a lasting development initiative that improves the life of the people of present generation and future generations in various marginalized communities. So because I've concluded the conceptualization of sustainable community development, I will now move to sustainable community well-being. Scholars such as Odis and Mossman, Raymond have observed that the concept of well-being varies in meaning between and within disciplines such as positive psychology, environmental sustainability, and earth domains. Murphy also observed that the concept of well-being is often used interchangeably with the concept of quality of life, welfare, healthy living, and environmental sustainability. The concept of well-being is not necessarily identical in the sustainability, science, and positive psychology disciplines. This implies that there is no accepted definition of the term well-being, but a widely accepted definition suggests that well-being consists of something beyond the absence of disease. If a man is living a life that is free from disease or any symptom that tend to put a man in a state of comatose, That means, or that implied, that this man is living a great life of satisfaction and well-being. Well-being accounts for elements of life satisfaction that cannot be defined by economic growth alone. Positive psychologists such as Hayes and Raymond and Raymond opine that the term well-being is among the many concepts employed regarding the human ability to conduct a full, experience a rich life, that is worthy lifestyle, such as happiness, satisfaction with life, finding meaning, and flourishing. Well-being is a combination of cognitive and emotional aspects experienced by people according to their own subjective evaluation of life. These evaluations include cognitive judgment about life satisfaction and effective reaction to life. Well-being is influenced by personal perception, such as subjective well-being and physical circumstances, which include objective well-being. Well-being can be measured for individuals, communities, countries, among others. It can be viewed as the presence of the highest possible quality of life in its full breadth of expressions focused on but necessarily inclusive to good living standard, robust health, a sustainable environment, vital communities, an educated population, balanced time utilization, high levels of civic participation, and access to and participation in dynamic arts, culture, and recreation. I would love to add here that when you talk of well-being, it reflects life experiences of life-sustaining essentials, self-esteem, and freedom from social servitude. What am I talking about? When you say life-sustaining essentials, it therefore means that one, when living in a quality houses, when experiencing quality education and healthcare, these experiences will stimulate the intrinsic potentials of such individuals or such an individual self-esteem, self-efficacy, and self-determination, which will further provide opportunity for them to experience freedom. For example, there was a day I was traveling for a conference. There was a great odor and go slowly. It is go slowly, we call it in Nigeria, when there is a traffic jam. When we got to the place that is causing the traffic jam, I saw some group of youths trying to protect an elderly man that is vying for political position. And they were shouting, please clear the road for this man, a man that is more than 80 years. Young youths that are supposed to be the agent of change of Nigeria economy, they were guiding a man that is supposed to be retired in service. It therefore means that, or rather implied that, it therefore means that, or rather implied that, these youths are wallowing in the realm of unpeaceful lifestyle, on freedom lifestyles. Because what will a youth that ought to be useful in a given society wasting its potentials by protecting one man that ought to be retired in service? It therefore means that most of the youths in Nigeria economy are wallowing in the realm of social servanthood. So I continue my presentation. Hope you people are hearing me over there. My moderator.
Yes.
Oh, you are hearing me. Thank you very much. So I would like to state here that community well-being is subdivided into 3 dimensions. These 3 dimensions include social dimension, economic dimension, and environmental dimension. Christopoulos et al. In the year 2001 opined that social dimension assesses the community's viability and visibility and its capability to solve problems and issues. Social dimension is sometimes subdivided into 2 main categories, such as social capital and human capital. Social capital simply implies a situation whereby youngsters having access to those individuals that are ahead of them academically, socially, educationally, and otherwise. Now, it therefore means that if I have access to my teachers, their behaviors, their intrinsic potentials, I have to crave after it in order for me to acquire pool of knowledge and skills, which refer to human capital. The concept of social capital is distinct from the concept of human capital. The OECD defined the concept of social capital as the networks together with shared norms, values, and understandings that facilitate cooperation within or among group of individuals. This definition implies that social capital resides in social relationships and social coercion. The OECD in the year 2001 defined the concept of human capital as knowledge, skills, competencies, and attributes embodied in individuals that facilitates the creation of personal, social, and economic well-being. Social dimension may also include a process, category, associated with understanding how and why current well-being levels are developed, community capacity to influence well-being, and what can be done to change well-being in the desired direction. Social capital can therefore be measured by assessing information regarding education levels, the strengths of social networking, population change, and leadership. Economic dimension of social capital acknowledges the important link or association between the economic strength of communities and their well-being. For instance, Christakopoulos in the year 2001 opined that unemployment, underemployment, and poverty are often associated or related to poor health and neighborhood pessimism. Hope people are hearing me clearly over there, my moderator.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Environmental dimension of social capital, on the other hand, include number of days of years with their quality above an acceptable level, people's perception or level of satisfaction with the natural environment, as well as the number of households who participate in recycling. Scholars from the sustainability sciences, earth sciences, positive psychology have extensively reaffirmed that the need for sustainable development due to the dramatic increase of depression and mental health issues among young people in marginalized communities. The World Health Organization in the year 2022 reported that depression has become one of the leading causes of disability and suicide in the fourth leading cause of death. That is, depression is the fourth leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 15 and 29. It further defined mental health as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his own or her own ability, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Depression has indeed impacted the mental health of youngsters in marginalized communities in ways no one predicted, and they have been disappropriately affected. What a sad news. It is a pity. That is why effort need to put in place. There should be a collaborative intervention in order for resources to be available so that such marginalized communities can be able to surmount or overcome the issues of mental well-being and depression among young stars. Hope people can see me very well over there in Indonesia. Hello, moderator. People
Yes,
can
Dr.
hear me
James.
right there. Okay, all right.
Okay, sorry, let me remind you that you have 3 minutes left to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. Oh, okay. It's just that you would have informed me about my time. You didn't tell me, okay? But no problem. There seems to be a significant or rather positive correlation between sustainable community development and sustainable community well-being. However, due to the increasing rates or incidence of depression and mental health issues, there is need for the integration of sustainable community development and sustainable community well-being into the curriculum of primary school education, secondary school education, and universities. So, without any empirical validation, there is a positive and significant collaboration, that is a nexus between sustainable community development and sustainable community well-being. In conclusion, this paper has indeed discussed the concept of sustainable community development, sustainable community well-being, the need for sustainable development in marginalized communities, and the interplay, the nexus between sustainable community development and sustainable community well-being. In conclusion, or in conclusive remark, for a marginalized community to become a thriving community, there is need for stakeholders' collaboration to ensure the implementation of sustainable community well-being. Recommendation includes the establishment of practical-oriented training program in order to provide opportunity for community members. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, Dr. James, for your presentation. Now we will continue to the Q&A session. For the audience here who has question, you can write down the question on the chat box, or you can use the maybe raise hand feature, and then you can deliver your question right to Dr. James.
Okay.
Okay. For now, I think we have one question in the chat box from UMBY, Daerah 3. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. The questions, let me read the question for you, Dr. James.
Okay.
So the question is, I want to ask about the biggest challenge of community development in Africa, or specifically in Nigeria, and how do we convince local people to move from their comfort zone to the safe zone? That's the question. I think we have two questions, right? The first one is the biggest challenge of community development in Africa, specifically in Nigeria. And then the second question is, how can we convince local people to move from their comfort zone to the safe zone? That's the question.
Thank you very much. The biggest challenge we are experiencing in Africa regarding community development is the issue of just one sector attending to the issue of maybe depression or mental health. You know, there is nowhere in the world where government alone single-handedly fund this kind of situation in order for the marginalized people or the people experiencing insecurity, for example, to the community that is safe for them. The greatest challenge we're having is that government is single-handedly funding this mix-up, or rather situation or challenge. There is need for multi-stakeholders partnership with the government, faith-based organizations, parents, international donor agencies, financial institutions, even me, myself, we need to come together to support the government in order for financial resources, human resources to be available in order for us to tackle the issue of community development. For example, in major communities, we have dilapidated infrastructures regarding educational system. We have low level of qualified teachers, or rather manpower. We have inadequate supply of financial resources. But by the time stakeholders come together, we can be able to surmount this problem. Because we have so many places now where misplaced persons are living, but they complain on a daily basis that there is no food, there is no adequate shelter. You see, government is trying, but government cannot do this alone. That is why we are calling for multiple stakeholders partnership. Thank you very much.
All right. So the answer is Dr. James see that this issue should be solved by the multiple stakeholders, cannot be solved by the government alone. That's the biggest challenge for now, right, Dr. James?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, I think we still have time. So for the audience, maybe we can allow one more question to Dr. James. So feel free to write down your question on the chat box, or you can ask the question, deliver the question right to Dr. James right now.
Hello?
Yeah, Dr. James, I think we can wait for one more question. Is that okay?
All right. All right. All right.
Okay. Yes. So while we are waiting for
You
the
also
next
provide
question.
opportunity for me to also ask questions, or just one question as well.
All right. Yeah, I think it's still, while we are still waiting for the next question, maybe I can, one thing that that I find interesting also from your presentation is, I think you highlight the importance of equality and balance, right, in the society. The equality and balance in society is really important to achieve sustainable community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an important note from your presentation as well. For now, we don't have any question left for this session. Maybe to close this session, maybe do you have any closing notes or statement for this session, Dr. James?
What? Please please repeat your question.
Okay. I think we don't have any question left
Okay.
for this session. And maybe to close this session, do you have any closing statement or closing points for this session?
Yes, yes. I want to specially appreciate my friends over there, the liaison officer that is always on me, liaison officer that is always on me, Mrs. Lutfi Aini, and Mrs. Patriwe. I want to say here that these two women are so wonderful.
All
For
right.
them to be able to organize this kind of a conference that is so apt and timely at this time, kudos to two of them. They were so wonderful. They were so wonderful. It therefore means that these two feminine resources are the linchpin or the legitimacy upon which the future of Indonesia is to be built. Yes.
All right.
I want to say here that efforts should be put in place to continually organize this kind of conference. And I hope next year I will also be there to participate in this conference. Then my moderator, you are so wonderful. You are so wonderful. You are so wonderful. Your level of enthusiasm and resilience to ensure that I present my paper today is so amazing. I appreciate you too. Then for the issue of collaboration, please extend this to the stakeholders of your faculty, that there is need for us to collaborate in terms of student exchange, staff exchange, among others. Thank you very much. But I would love to also ask this. Hello. Okay. Is my time off?
Yes, certainly yes.
Oh, my time is off. Okay, it's all right.
Oh.
Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
thank you so much, Dr. James. We are also happy to have you with us today for this event. So to close this session, on behalf of the committee, I would like to express our gratitude to you, Dr. James, who is willing to join us in this International Conference of Psychology today. And I would like to give the certificate of appreciation. Maybe the committee can help me to show the certificate.
Wow.
All right, this is the certificate of appreciation for you, Dr. James. Hopefully you will receive it well. Thank you so much once again for joining us today at the International Conference in Psychology. Hope we will see you again on the other good occasion in the future.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm so
All
happy
right.
to be with you people. You people
All
have made
right.
my day, okay?
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Sure. All right. That's all for this session. Once again, I would like to say thank you to Dr. James and all the attendees for this last session for today. I believe everyone who attends this session gained something new from this presentation. And so next, I will give it back to the MCs to lead us to the next activity or the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you, dear moderator and the speaker, for this last session. That's super enlightening and really enjoyable session to close our session for this day.
Okay, Henry, I'm very curious. What is the next agenda for today?
Okay, so Sandra, actually, that was the last session of this event. But don't worry, we will continue the agenda for tomorrow.
Wow, sounds great. Thank you all for your participation today. It doesn't feel like we've learned a lot throughout the day by great speaker who don't hesitate to share very useful knowledge with us. Please join us again tomorrow for more exciting session. Have a great evening, everyone.
Okay, so there's an announcement for tomorrow event. The conference will be held tomorrow at Saturday, July 27, 2024, and the opening ceremony will begin at 8:30 a.m. Jakarta time, followed by the presentation starting at 9 a.m. in Jakarta time. Participants are requested to be present from the beginning, not just at the time scheduled for their presentations.
Information about the presentation room assignment has been shared through the WhatsApp group. Please pay attention to the presentation procedure that have been distributed. To participants who do not presentation were allowed to join the presentation session. Thank
Thank
you
you and
goodbye.
goodbye.